Hello everyone and welcome back to the Apollo Series Phase 1 $10,000 tournament brought to you by Quasar and our sponsors GGBet. My name's Sir Danny and today I'll be casting the games alongside Dutch Boy in our double elimination bracket. This time we'll be going to the heavens. It's the upper bracket matchups, as yesterday we had a chance to see some of the lower bracket matches. We saw some teams going through and others sadly saying goodbye to our tournament. So we could actually take a look at the playoff bracket and see how things are looking today, because right now we'll be having those upper bracket matchups: Aurora Youngbloods versus Dynamo Esports, as well as VP.Prodigy versus Dynamo Eclot. So I want to hear your thoughts here, Dutch Boy. What do you think about our today's matchups?
Yeah, it's looking fun. It's looking nice, and I really like these four teams. Of course, I think it was somewhat to be expected to see these four teams there at the upper bracket. Unfortunately, yesterday saying goodbye to the two we expected to go down as well. So far things are looking pretty nicely, but these matchups, they can go in the distance. They can go quite far. I think both teams, I'm looking at the Rhino and Aurora Youngbloods, where we're starting off with. Both teams have had their ups and downs, but for the most part, Rhino have won every match except the one that they were supposed to win against the last team in the group. Whereas for the team of Aurora Youngblood, they won every match except the one that they were supposed to be winning as well, or that against the hypothetical number one. So it's crazy to see how these two teams were facing up inside of the group stage, but in the playoffs, that's where the real magic is supposed to happen. And we also got that other match, of course, coming as a second one, which is going to be the VP.Prodigy against Dynamo Eclot, two teams I suspect to have a great showing. I mean, I wrote some of the maps down here in the map veto, so I'll take us through the map veto as well. With Aurora Youngblood, haven't played 4 maps just yet. They've only played Ancient, Overpass, and Anubis in all the series that they have played. So they're banning away Nuke. Mirage has been the insta-ban for Rhino all season long. Then we're going to Anubis, a map that Aurora Youngblood is going to be picking. But the side from Rhino has also played twice this season, winning it twice, once and against Overtime against Unity, and a 13-4 with the pick being for Eclot. Moving into the best map from Rhino being Inferno, and then left off with Vertigo, a map that neither team have played just yet. That is interesting in my opinion. So if we're going to a third map, it is somewhat unknown ground, unknown territory for both of the teams.
Yeah, it's a bit of a terra incognita, though if you take a look at some of the stats provided by HLTV, it does seem like the boys here from Aurora Youngblood do play some Vertigo in some of the official matchups and some of the qualifiers, the open qualifiers by which they're trying to get to the main event. They have played some Vertigo, though it does feel like Ancient for them is still a stronger map, but obviously in the case of Rhino Esports, that is a map they kind of despise playing alongside Mirage. So overall, I mean, this veto initially, it's quite hard to say who has the edge, fact of the matter is, both teams managed to eliminate the maps they don't enjoy playing. That's, of course, going to be the permaban that's out there for Aurora Youngblood, which is Nuke. And, of course, in the case of Rhino Esports, they also don't really play Mirage, don't really play a lot of that Ancient stuff. So for them, jumping into these first 2 maps of the best of 3, I think that it feels like at least both teams have a good chance to steal away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, for now, I'm gonna be honest. Rhino, I really like that they are banning away Ancient in the end. They want to go to some more improving ground, because it clearly suggests, looking at the map veto, that the maps that Aurora Youngblood played, they've played 3 maps in total, which have played three series, the same maps on, right? So they've been allowed to play the same veto twice, or 3 times in a row. Now you're going to be playing. You don't want to play Ancient against a team like Aurora Youngbloods as well. They have been known inside of tournaments like the CCT, for example, and in other tournaments where they have participated in which they had Ancient as one of their strongest maps. It was always their pick and kind of the only map that they won, whereas on the other maps, they could get beaten by the higher teams themselves. So now going for a Vertigo, giving Aurora Youngblood lesser chance to play on a map that they're less stable on. And of course, you're also going to have yourself Inferno, a map that Aurora Youngblood have also yet to play in this tournament itself. So you're not going into the more known maps from Aurora Youngblood. You're not going to make the mistake that, for example, a VP.Prodigy, a Lemon Dogs, and a Hotu made to play that against that in their group stage. No, you're going to go to the maps that you really like, and I feel like that is in the strength for Rhino in this series. But all in all, I think Aurora Youngblood they're on my radar as one of the up-and-coming, greatly appreciated teams, and actually having a chance to rise onto further extents. When I saw these teams play, I felt like Aurora Youngblood was one of the main teams I was having my focus on. And now they've yet to prove that, but on maps that Rhino Esports does like to play. So good luck with that, to be honest.
And also, as well, I think we should talk about experience. And in the case of Aurora Youngblood, sure, they're an academy roster, but these guys have been playing a lot of CS the past 6 months. In fact, I think it's just a little bit more CS than, say, Rhino Esports and some of the official matchups. So they've had a chance to, get together, be able to build a stronger unit in that case, even though Rhino Esports haven't made any huge roster change. I do believe they may have changed out one player in the past 2 or 3 months. So all in all, looks like both teams do have strong cores, but will that be enough? Because we are heading into our first map of the best of 3.
Yep, we're going to be moving in towards Anubis, the map pick from Aurora Youngblood, having 2 of the maps coming next that you've yet to play, meaning that this one is kind of there for you to take. You kind of got to show up the way you want to, the way you can. Phil B waiting for Blixie to have some control over the site, and taken away is in fact the team of Aurora Youngblood. Rhino have taken the A site, and they've chosen to start on that T site with good success. And this is probably the style of play we're going to see from Rhino. Stay grouped up, execute together. That's what they're known for. Shigeo looking to push his way through. It's Renato Hacks on the site. Still the only one standing, swinging up towards heaven. What a round for Rhino Esports.
Yeah, really good round for Rhino. Initially, what really helps them out is the players from Aurora Youngblood playing a more aggressive style towards the A-bomb side, right? We saw that there was a player towards Fountain, I believe one at default. Usually, you get to see teams playing a little bit more far back on the pistol round because you may never anticipate when the push is going to happen, right? So you could be seeing players towards, let's say, Plateau, towards Heaven. But if you end up losing those duels so early on the A-bomb side, it becomes a breeze for the teams to secure map control.
I gotta say, though, the missed shots from Aurora Youngblood was also one of the reasons, right? I mean, you had a very good read. You pick your player off, of course, on the site, but then from the back of the pillar, you need to at least find one there on the waterfall position. Didn't do so. And so Rhino squeezing through that first round. This time, a little B-stack, and Rhino, I do like their approach by going into middle, right? Because on these eco rounds, usually you call out like, okay, you're going to hold every angle. If they don't push, we're going to look into middle. We're going to see where the stack is, where the players are. And as no one is towards that camera position, even watching middle, that kind of is the sellout point. It is a B stack. And that's where they go for to the full extent. Don't try and give away any unnecessary money towards the Rhino Esports side. That's what Aurora Youngblood is doing at the moment. Sticking together, making sure that Rhino isn't going to kill you so easily. And of course, Rhino is going to start going fishing, but you will probably have yourself an easier time if you're Aurora Youngblood now taking him away as you're fully packed up.
Oh, lovely boost, at least with one frag, but overall not expecting much out of the pistols. I say that, though. At least a couple good kills work out for Rhino.
Yeah.
But all in all, simply go.
And it's great that you're able to only get taken down by one of the Mach 10s, and you're allowed to get a kill with the Mach 10 as well. Think about it. You get 600 plus 300, while they have about the same money for that investment, right? It's crazy to say that. And now you can buy an AWP if you're easy, because you got that singular kill with a Mach 10. So great stuff from Aurora.
Now let's see if they can convert it in the gun round. So far, so good. Look at Easy. Picks up the first one on Snappy. That will open things up with the CTs, perhaps. They might even feel more confident going for some more aggressive plays, or on the back of the opener, we just simply fall back, play it safe. Keep it safe as well, blue-white. Not really sure what's happening towards B connector. That's an area of the map he will have to be extremely vigilant about.
Yeah, 5 versus 4 found Rhino. Have their time to show in their limited officials that they are playing besides the ESEA season. Have the experience, so they're going to show, they're going to prove, and this must feel like a one-and-done chance. Playa Diaz walking his way out on the side. The volley will miss from blue-white, almost catching him himself. Well, now they know he's in the corner. The nade will be chucked right on top, but they're trying to push, they're trying to take control, trying to get a little closer. Blue-white goes a little cheeky, and he's still standing, using so much util, but with Renato getting things going, finding himself a bomb plant this round becomes somewhat possible for Rhino. He's going to swing out to try and find the 1v1. Philby catching him on the cross. Aurora Youngblood stabilizing, but that got a little cheeky after the double kill that Rhino found back.
Yeah, that was very surprising how Rhino Esports kind of failed on the B push because they had a great opportunity. Only 2 players at the bomb site, one of which was, or could have been, isolated very easily, the one that was playing towards dark. We saw one player from Rhino, I think it might have been Diaz, who went past through B connector, had the angle on the guy playing dark, and still did not convert the kill. Eventually, a 2v2, still looking somewhat doable for Rhino Esports, but eventually they do end up going down. So something tells me this might be a close affair, and looks like GGBet, our sponsors, are also thinking the same.
Yeah, makes total sense right now, the way this best of 3 is heading. I mean, you can not really take any account on the matches that has been played, both teams getting ups and downs in the regular season. Blixie, a good position. He's gone unknown, but so did Rhino. Might be able to find something. That is crazy. Because of that kill, and the only player being there towards the mid side, you're going to start making your way in towards the A side. Getting so much control. VP turns his back, and that will cause Renato to find a beautiful timing. Rhino working it out with simple counter-strike. A kill on middle, and a flank that will be held. And that's how you're securing your third.
Oh, Vilby was in such a good position. I was so sure that he might be able to close this one out for Aurora Youngbloods. Having the flank come in so early, I would say, in the sense that Rhino still on the bomb site, sure, but having decided where to plant the bomb, haven't cleared it out properly, but then we saw a player in the back lines. And so, crazy. Helps out his teammate hugely, in fact, and Rhino Esports now claiming the third round will be quite satisfied with their approach so far. Aurora Youngbloods, well, one thing they have to be careful about, I do believe, is middle. Last round, we did see Blixie holding the line, but once he ended up being dropped dead, it becomes so much easier for the T's to plan their attack, especially if they want to wrap around, say, A or B, because once you have that mid presence, you can do so much on the T side.
Yeah, very great stuff, and that's what Aurora Youngblood needs to be a little curious about, or a little careful rather. On that mid side, if you're playing it alone, you gotta find some sort of intel somewhere else. You need to take control, make sure that the extremities cannot get pushed that much, and they tried that this time around with having a player all the way in water. But Rhino, as soon as they hit towards the mid side, you start pulling that one back. You need to be stable enough to hold the mid side and not get taken down so easy. Not get taken down without getting a single kill or intel. Otherwise, the A player that has just pushed is going to have to fall back. It might get caught in the back again. I gotta say, it's well played for Rhino. It really was a good setup. And that's the one they're going to try even so. But I feel like Aurora Youngblood is going to react by putting 2 on middle this round. And play a little bit more towards that side. I feel like that would work. With the ult from Easy, of course, looking for some entry somewhere.
Yeah, the AWP can cause a lot of damage on Anubis. Some of the more prominent positions for an Opper, B connector, especially early on. There are some problems, though, if you are peeking B connector, because there are off angles for the Ts to use. But also as a CT, you can kind of abuse that. However, if the smoke is deployed, then yeah, you're just going to have to wait this one out and look for some advancements somewhere else. Oh, Diaz, that is such a great opportunity for him. Moves in just with a slight gap, enough to get the frag. Shigeo, though, eliminates Diaz, but there's a lot of havoc on the B-bomb side. Shigeo holds his ground with the MP9, but look at the T players. They're all over the place.
Yep, they're absolutely scrambled, but it does seem to work against the both MP9s that are still left. You gotta win this fight as an AK, which you do. Bomb. Nowhere to be found just yet. I don't know where it is. It's outside of A. Rhino might have made that mistake and leaving a slip up for Shigeo. Might be a little bit better. He's going to try to take control. And he will find the bomb. Oh boy. Rhino didn't pick this one up. And now the setup will be great. Rhino has 2 players left. And that is probably their wild card they have. Their Uno reverse card they can throw at the Aurora Youngblood player. well, he's in a very good position. They can double peek, they can swing together and find that 1-for-1 trade, which is going to give them so much prowess in this round. Where will Shigeo be heading? He's checking left, he's checking right. Bomb will be picked up. It's going to be him to try and find a time in. He's going to get time in himself. Still the swing from Snappy is in the open. And although it's not the smartest to go for a solo peek in that sort of fashion, Shigeo falls for it and gets Snappy to find the headshot on him.
Look at this as well, just as I was talking about it, that mid presence. It is so crucial to hold on for it in Anubis, and even if you, as a CT team, decide to abandon mid, you desperately need to have a player, let's say from Palace or say Camera, overlooking that area of the map just in case. And we saw that Rhino Esports, once they had that mid control, they could have caused so much trouble. They had players already at CT spawn, and well, sure, they have left the bomb in a very awkward spot. But luckily for them, they still had so much map control, they could have gone anywhere. So they recovered the bomb, and easily, 20 seconds remaining, enough to get that bomb planted if necessary. Here though, no bomb plants to speak of. It's the rifles that are doing all the talking, and looks like they're gonna shut the mouths of Aurora Youngbloods pretty quickly. Oh, Blixie taking a huge brunt of damage, but perhaps could still find something.
Yeah, it's crazy how Rhino Esports have been able to play themselves around this map, but as you can see, very shattered around the map. You would say Aurora Youngblood allowed to find those kills and get this dough and get it going. Rhino have been playing very well in the intel that they get. The execute are not that special. It's just how they approach it in a very easy and quick fashion, giving Rhino or Aurora Youngblood like limited room to work with. And now they're going to save those AKs, probably get themselves an AWP out again on easy, and rounds that will start to have to be won. Sure, it's a T-started map, but being down 5-1, make that 6 or 7. It will become a very hard task, nevertheless, for Aurora Youngbloods on the only map that they've played in this season so far, which is only in the favor from Rhino even.
Well, Rhino Esports now picking up 5 rounds on the T side of Anubis is impressive. We have seen, of course, Aurora trying to conceive a victory of their own, but there have been some mistakes, and well, there's still time to fix said mistakes. Right now, this round could be one of them. Easy with the EWP. We'll be heading towards the mid area of the map. Okay, that's very nice to see. Perhaps a proactive play from Aurora incoming in just a few seconds. Though I say that, Blue-White, this time around, he's going to make sure he will not make the same mistake. However, this could be his time to shine, or he's in a very open position. If anyone from the T's lines up a pre-fire, he could be going down easily. And well, with that Molotov now coming in fact, a little bit too early, I've got to say.
Nah, that molly was meant to go deeper. He just missed it, which really is unfortunate. No con control. You gotta go for the straight up fight, and as that doesn't come through, Blue-White doesn't need to fall back. There's no panic onto middle, and you can see how much it means to stabilize the mid side. That singular molly might have just cost Rhino the round, although fragging back potential for TMK to do so. He found a kill over towards the B side. You can see that panic. No one on middle now, so you could try and abuse that at the same time. You've only 2 to fight against towards this A side, so Rhino can do this one pretty much themselves. Will be getting caught, and now the Accelerate will come in with a flank towards the mid side. This is huge. If TMK finds this kill in water, there could be more up to the cards. Blue-White not seen. And now you want to move your way into middle. You want to face up against Easy. This kill, and you have yourself a flank and only one that gets squeezed, but the time is running out, Danny.
Oh, time is running out. 20 seconds, they have to make the play, and Blixie in the B position. So good right now. All he has to do is just wait, and eventually it will be Blue-White to rack up the kill. So a very smart round from Aurora Youngbloods, playing that one very nicely. We saw the positioning of Blue-White. One of the players that felt like will be going for the full-on push. Oh, no way. That's got to be a misfire, right?
No. He's going to buy it up. Wow. Okay, Scar 20 in this round. I don't know where he's going to put it towards the A side, but like you said, Rhino had no control over Cobb. So then Blue-White can push out. He used that very well. He abused the position he got earlier. And now everything starts falling apart for Rhino. You lose one round, but you might lose the grip over this game if you lose the next one as well. They're running it to B to try and stop something, but Shigeo is still in a good position. They get absolutely obliterated.
Oh, he's stuck in a very awkward spot, but look at this. He can hold the line. Oh, perfect positioning from Easy. Just right in the gut. And there we go. That's a victory for Aurora. The cleanest one so far. Haven't seen the Scar 20 being utilized, but that's not necessary if you have all your B players hitting their shots. And Aurora finally does look like they're firing up.
And Rhino has gone for a fast play towards the A side more often, so maybe Philby will get in position this time around to do something. But still in the favor from Rhino, but I would say Aurora Youngblood is making some paths into it. Sure, you get the next few maps, which are going to be a little bit in the favor on paper for the Rhino esports, but Aurora Youngblood definitely aware of every map that is going to come up next. Positions for Rhino, they're not moving their way through, so Philby again not going to have his shooting gallery just yet with the Scar 20. Diaz attempting to walk his way out. The shots with the M4 won't be fired up. A great headshot found. That is a good start and a bomb plant secured. Good Luke retaking this with a 5-on-3 on your cards. Chance to stabilize for Aurora Youngblood, which they're doing, but the Deagles are doing even more work. You try to get yourself in a site, we'll just respond with kills on our own. It's all down to a 2v2, and this round is still doable for Rhino.
Especially with the rifles. They have a good chance here. Oh no, not again, Diaz! With a third frag. Looks for more, but now Blixley's got a chance. Picks up the 1v1 situation. Is he aware of the positioning of the last player? Yep, now he knows. He's simply running out of time, and forget about it. Rhino. Deagles blazing the B-bomb site, simply destroying the players on the CT side. They didn't know what hit them.
It was Rhino that hit them, and hit him very good. What a round from the Portuguese side to pick up. Instantly, that's going to create some chaos and potentially an eco for Aurora Youngblood that could come up next. And in that round, you realize you're playing up against the Eagles. Why does Aurora Youngblood go for so many solo fights? It's a very, very unknown thing to me. But Rhino thriving of it and getting all the D kills going. As soon as you realize you're playing up against the Eagles and you can see that B bomb plant, you're gonna have to play the retake together. Aurora Youngblood didn't do that in time, thinking anyone could make that hero play, but now trying to be a hero, you are the villain of your own round, you're the villain of your own economy. Although, might still be able to stabilize with the double up setup now out. No auto sniper again for Vilby, but double up setup will be the case. Blixie with a trade while being full blind, making Aurora start rotating more towards that A side as Snappy is trying to find an opener. This is great because the bomb is moving towards B and Cressy goes towards Con. You only got one to fight against here.
Just a lonesome player in the form of Blue-White. Still attention towards A. Aurora, not sure what this player is. Oh my, goodbye Blue-White. That's a bomb plant. That's a round win for Rhino for sure. Shigeo and Blixie. The two-man op setup on the retake, this will be so hard if they want to attempt it. And no one's giving an opportunity for Shigeo. So, no opportunity in the next, 3 seconds? Yeah, simply just back away from this one. If you're Aurora, keep your weapons at bay. But for Rhino Esports, that was immaculate. There's one thing I did not expect in this matchup. I thought that the firepower is stronger on the side of Aurora. Rhino Esports did not seem to be convincing me, at least not in some of the previous matchups that they have played in. But perhaps on a map like Anubis, some of their individuals can truly thrive, as we saw with the Deagle round as well as here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just also a little bit has to do with poor decision making from Aurora Youngblood in this CT side, and you're probably gonna say, yeah, their individuals are there, and I can still see that their individuals are definitely there, but on a map like Anubis, on the CT side, you cannot solely go for individual plays. You have to play together, you gotta work as a machine. If you don't do so, you can see what happens right now, because Rhino peeks out of B with 2, you can get 1 kill, but you're instantly gonna get traded, and they might be stringing up a second to take their B side or middle. It is Rhino that goes for many together fights. against Aurora Youngblood, which tries to be a hero every single time. The good thing about this next round, though, is Aurora Youngblood, they are going to play for eco, but they do have that double off setup still in play. And if there's one weapon that can find picks and possibly weapons, that would be the ops. You can see Blue-White buying up armor and a 5-7. He's going to be like, okay, guys, if you kill someone, I will pick up the weapon. Someone got to do it, and I will make sure I am that guy to potentially string up and find yourself around. But if Rhino figures out where the op are and goes somewhere else, you got a very tall task ahead of you.
Yeah, right now, if you're Aurora, use the AWPs to your advantage. Absolutely. And luckily for them, it's not just one AWP. We're talking about 2 AWPs at play. So you can go for some aggressive plays, and well, I'm loving the setup here. Easy. Oh, that's the problem. The smoke has been broken, and Crazy finds a great frag. Shigeo, though, on the other side of the map with the AWP can cause a lot of damage as well, but timing. Oh, gets the leg one. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can, but more players are bound. He needs to hold his ground.
Yeah, he might be alive for now, but Blue-White isn't. Getting naded away. You realize that were rotations, you realize the op was alone, so you're going to be able to take yourself the A side again. Such a nice execute for Rhino. Get pressure towards the B side, make Aurora rotate around because they feel like they want to help the AWPs. And now you pick up a triple op if you're Aurora. I guess that is able to work, but probably not for a retake. You might want to take that AK, Blixie, as you're going to have a final round with a triple op otherwise. He's thinking about it. He won't do so just yet, won't be conceding. Now seeing that all of them have the op, so saving 2 ops and an AK is okay. But I think as your Aurora Youngblood, you would have wanted to take some more players out for Rhino, because you're already conceding 8-3 here in the first half.
This is looking very difficult for Aurora. Picking up the free rounds on the CT side of Anubis is simply not enough. They're in desperate need of one more, and well, somehow if they make it 8-4, there is the potential still for a comeback regardless. Especially if they get that pistol round win. But right now, free rounds are simply not going to cut it. Oh wow, they're serious about picking up that 4th round if they are considering of the triple AWP setup. This is something I have yet to see on Anubis.
I feel like it is good though. It got replaced by Dust, right? Dust, one of the maps where you could play triple op. And here you can as well, right? You have an op on A, an op on middle, and an op on B. It's actually workable. You just got to be careful about Aurora utilizing her util. And for example, the con side mainly of B is where you can find yourself the openers. But the op already finding one. It's looking good, Danny.
Gold Renata has been pretty good at these openers. But this time will simply back away once he hears the AWP bullet whistle through his head. Snappy though, such an aggressive play from B Connector. More players to come. Blue-White is there with the backup. And now, if you're Aurora, this is a great position to be in. A 5v3. Rhino Esports finally regrouping. And by the looks of things, looks like B is on their agenda. However, entering the bomb site will be pretty difficult. Especially once you have 2 players at Connector. Okay, they're just gonna push through the smoke. That works. Shigeo holds the line with 1. Looks for more opportunities, but he knows this is such a doable round for them. He gotta play it smart. And so the bomb plant will commence, and Aurora with the retake. However, crazy! What the hell is going on? Will be an accidental team kill that could change it all. In a 2v2 like this, so much on the line for Aurora. And Rhino, the players don't have the most amount of HP, but they gotta make it work. Blixie clearing out every single nook and cranny, making sure there's not a single player. Blixie picks up the 1. All they have to worry about is Didias. His position so powerful on Anubis. Oh, goes for 1, but simply goes down eventually. And Shigeo will have plenty of time with the defuse. And Aurora Youngblood, well, they definitely made a show out of it. That was a very interesting last round of the first half, but for them, most importantly, the victory is on their side.
And that's a way to peak together, right? I mean, I think Cressy would have lined them up both, even if that team kill wouldn't have come in. But to be honest, that round again from Aurora Youngblood, the fact that you're not gonna be clearing pizza, like you're trying to clear it together, that is fine. That little corner that I usually call pizza, and a lot of people do, but to be honest, wasn't too sure if that was the right peak to take, right? You tried to peek it with one and a second one that is on your tail, but not that close that you're just kind of be lining up. Let's see if it will be changing anything, because the round ultimately goes the way of Aurora Youngblood, and they now got the T side. GGBet is not convinced of this retake being impossible, but you got the most favorite side here on the T side, still yet to be for Aurora Youngblood. It is their pick. They know how to play this, but the pistol, that will once more be incredibly important. We saw Lemon Dog get every pistol prior. That was the reason why they were able to find so many rounds yesterday. But Rhino, they can still be stabilizing to win the map with it. Triple A stack, so to avoid the A side, that would be lovely. But you're not going to be doing so, and you cannot get a single thing going. It's Dia shutting you down, and a chance to run into A now. But do you expect the third being here? You don't do so yet, although Renata is going to find the headshot. In the end, it's Rhino to come out victorious. And a triple A stack with 1-0 middle is what brings Rhino victory.
I don't know, to me it looks like the DS has been putting all his practice hours on aimbots with pistols. Not with rifles, not on Deagle, USPS, and perhaps the Glock, but not so much on the rifles. And well, you can see how important that was for Aurora Youngblood to win, because now, Rhino Esports, 9 rounds for them, and they're in a prime position to pick up yet another round. Aurora's economy is in a terrible position, and looks like they have decided to invest in the lonesome AK-47 Warrior. Vilby will be handled that duty. Interestingly enough, though, it's not like Vilby's been playing great here on Anubis. The man has got only 3 kills. And I think that perhaps someone like Shigeo and Blixie would also like to give it a try on the AK-47. But the way things are going right now, this is not looking like a good round for Aurora.
Nope, not so promising, and that with a full investment right then, it's really looking dire. But they're fighting back. They've gotten themselves in a tied-up spot. And Blixie has not really anybody to drop the AK to. All of them have no armor. So that is not really worthy the investment that Shigeo and Vilby went for initially. I think he would like to have everybody on at least a little bit of armor. This round would have become a little bit more interesting. Now they're walking up into middle. Rhino plays that with just 1. Cressy doesn't want to overextend. He is doing so that could be the chance to chip him away. And now you have an entrance path in towards the A site. They realize that themselves. Only want to fight against there. This could get interesting. The FAMAS is required to step up from Renato, but he has too many targets to fire against. Holding his ground for just now, dropping down, getting chipped away. What a shot from Shigeo. And the rotation for Rhino are not there up to par, which might get Aurora Youngblood in a very good position all of a sudden.
Oh, the DS moves in, but look at the 2-man setup. It's so good. And TMK, oh man, there's no way he's winning a round like this. 3 players know their position. And Shigeo will close things out with a free piece. Aurora Youngblood, a round you did not expect them to win, especially on the back of this early peak there. Wilby goes down, and you're thinking, what can they achieve? But the mid push was a wise decision, eventually entering the A bomb site even more so. Looks like Rhino Esports clearly underestimated their opponents, and it's gonna come back to bite them.
It's rough because Rhino, they played it themselves on the T side. They abused middle because Aurora Youngblood was out in the open with one of them. And now they're doing exactly the same themselves, which is so confusing to me. You avoid it, and then you do it exactly the same on your own CT half, but we'll see how it's gonna be, because this, as you said, could be coming to bite them very soon.
Yeah, Renata and Team KJ not doing much in a round like this. Can't expect a lot out of them. And entering the B bomb side with great succession is Aurora Youngblood. Gonna be a pretty good round for them, all things considering, only losing the 1 player. But right now, I wonder, who could we actually look towards on the side of Aurora to step up? Because we have been seeing, Shigeo as well as Blixie doing some fine work. Let's also give props to Easy the Opper. Though, here on Anubis, oh gosh, how come no one is expecting hacks there to come? But whatever, not a huge deal. However, the one thing that I'm interested about is the AWP. Will, in fact, Aurora consider buying up the op here on the T side, or no?
He buys a Mac 10 this time around. I feel like the op is worth buying. Like holding down connector with your op is usually what teams are going for, but now they realize the money from Rhino is in a tough spot. So I feel like that's the reason why Easy thinks, okay, I can go for a Mech 10. I can grab some small cashes here and there to hopefully get some things going. And Rhino respond to it themselves by pushing into water. Shigeo should have heard it. He's going to combat over. And so the kills come pretty easily. Handy dandy sound that can help you out. Significant. And the Mech 10 that Easy bought to gain some cash, only good for the one.
Alright, still not too shabby here. Aurora Youngblood cleaning up the opponents, and there we go. The big Magnum, finally seeing it here on the T side, and yeah, I definitely agree. If you do have an AWP on the T side, it does make a lot of sense to go for some of the connector. After all, as a T player, in water, you can have a lot of up angles. Can look towards the B connector, and in some positions you can perhaps even see the player as a T quicker than the CT does. So the AWP, or even the rifle for that matter, can be very effective going for those engagements. However, if you don't find anything towards the B connector, you will have to be proactive as well. So Aurora Youngblood will wait for the smokes to dissipate, and then we might see someone like Shigeo considering the push here in Con, or maybe the other guys moving towards A main. Meanwhile, look at what's happening towards B.
Yeah, they've pushed up, but with that, you know that they have full B control. They're going to try to clear towards middle, giving Rhino the chance to sit up with 2 towards the A side. But that's all you have. That's all she wrote. The rotations need to come in. They need to start reacting a little quicker. While they don't do so, Aurora can freely set up for an A push. With the one being chipped away, this leaves it all into a very tough chance here for Renato. He's going to find himself one. Push coming through. Oh, Diaz, expecting him to find a little more, but he was stuttered. Sunstruck by the kill from Vilby coming through. And now, Rhino goes for a save. So the T side really striking. And the original odds for GG Bet are probably now switching back to somewhat 50-50. As Rhino is losing a lot of ground here on the CT side. And you were mentioning earlier, Danny, Aurora Youngblood didn't seem ready on the aim. Has your statement changed a little? Your opinion? I think so.
Well, Aurora are looking so much better, in fact, on the T side, I will admit. They may have struggled there on the CT side just a little bit, but you can see confidence is being built up. And the players on Aurora Youngblood are looking solid here at the T side. Look at this as well, Shigeo. With no backup whatsoever, goes in for the kill. I'm quite surprised what happened there for Diaz. Was he so sure that he got the kill that he thought, okay, a 2-tapped, man's gotta go down. But no, he was very much alive. And I guess Diaz was just dumbfounded. How the heck?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, honestly, because I felt like he was maybe also a little bit lagging in that fight. Could be wrong, though. But it's going to cost them dearly at the end as well. Inferno, it might be a map that Rhino is going to be having a little bit more strategies built up here and there, and probably a lot better crossfires. If Aurora Youngblood plays like this on their T side, the good luck with finding there. It's going to be a very, very tough situation. TMK getting timing. That's also a thing. Aurora's been able to find a lot of great timings. And also a lot of great pushes. They're coming in. A great flank with Diaz. Again, Sunstruck, but this time by looking 2 of the angles at the same time. Getting taken away. You might be wanting to go for a save again if you're Rhino. This retake just very hard to commence. Instantly Snappy getting hits away. The flash finding Crazy off the angle. And ultimately the round that looked like it was going to be won by Youngblood should be taken. Renato finding something back. Now he's all that's left of this piece. Round 18 goes to Aurora Youngblood in convincing fashion. And their money will not be broken anytime soon. Rhino really needs to start making some rounds come to fruition now.
Yeah, because like you said, you take a look at the economy for Aurora and it's booming. You got Blixie and Shigeo were above $11,000. A few players are around the $5,000, $6,000, even $7,000 mark. So they can definitely take a loss in terms of few gun rounds. They have their options. However, for Rhino, every single round counts. Especially here. If they fail, once again, back to the eco. Easy. What in the world? Gets up close with the AWP. Spots out the player. Uh-oh. I think he's aware there's a player close by. No way he's going to go shotgunning in. In fact, let's leave it all to blue-white. Entering through main, Diaz does survive another day. But for Rhino Esports, this has been a dangerous set of affairs. And well, they're going in for more Diaz. You gotta wonder, was it worth it?
Yeah, you gotta choose, Rhino. You gotta choose. You either fight for Con or you fight for Long. No one watching Long, and that was where the swing came through. Very, very unfortunate circumstances here for Rhino, while Snappy is now in a very tough spot. He's going to try to reaggress, but now one looking to go for the no-scope. He misses that attempt. It would have been crazy for him to find that. But this time around, it's Renato that's left standing. Crazy that couldn't do anything. And Aurora Youngblood that have once more taken the B side. And you can just see their executes, their strategies. They're coming up to Bay. You can see the way they approach that round. Getting aggressive into Con with easy. But as soon as he is able to find himself a kill, as soon as it will pull Rhino away from Long, you can see rotation. You can see a push from Shigeo, for example, coming out of Long. And he gets so much space without Rhino realizing that their rotations need to be there. Because playing for only 2 onto middle when there's nothing happening right there is a rough situation for the side from Rhino. They need to adapt onto what Aurora Youngblood is doing. If they're taking close account into connector and you want to play there with 2, you need to have a third watching for Long. But that is something Rhino needs to figure out very fast, because at the moment, the rounds that they are going to have to win are starting to become more than they can afford to lose.
I mean, initially, if you take a look at some of the setups Rhino has deployed on the CT side, initially, the default looks good. You know, you can't really say that they're doing something truly wrong. However, once the default is being pushed, let's say towards the B-bomb side, that's when we see the defense just basically fall apart.
Yeah.
It looks like they don't have the protocols necessary to deal with the incoming onslaught of players from B connector. And from there on out, it becomes pretty much as if everyone's playing on their individual aim. You know, they're feeling it like, oh, I can go for this. I can go for the fight there in B connector. I got this. But we saw 2 players definitely did not got this. And so that allowed Aurora Youngbloods to very easily sweep the players on the B bomb site. And for Rhino Esports, I guess that's the one thing they got to work about is communication, right? If one of the players is feeling pressured, there has to be another individual stepping in and giving a helping hand.
Yeah, I mean, I see Anubis as one of the most maps, but of course every map is kind of like that inside of the world of Team CS and Pro CS. Anubis is one of the most chess-alike maps, right? Rhino, they do an opening, and Aurora Youngblood responds with an opening themselves. The opening that Aurora does is a little different than that Rhino expected. So they have to adjust their next few steps, their next few chess pieces that they're throwing in. They have to adjust that, but that's not something Rhino does. They keep on sticking to their initial plan, and then Aurora Youngblood takes it over. And it's like, yeah, I've adapted totally well to what you're doing, and they can respond. Here, this time around, playing only 1 towards A. Seems like a good plan, but there's a player that is pushed all the way into B. Rotations had to come quicker, because now you lose the site without conceding anything. The P90 for Shigeo is gonna put the cherry on top here, most likely. Again, you take control over B. Respond! Do something, because now you get taken away so easily again. Aurora Youngblood, congrats to them, because they are now 2 rounds away from winning.
A solid round out of Aurora. Don't expect anything less, especially in a simple round like this. And so for Rhino, yeah, Aurora Youngblood breathing down their necks. They gotta make this work, and well, they still have rounds to work with, but things are looking desperate by the moment. A proper investment here from Rhino, and I've gotta say, this is a do or die situation. If they fail here, this will be the end on Anubis. Snappy with the AWP will be positioned towards the B site. Or in fact, no, he will be playing towards A. Okay, so they could go for some early aggression. And Rhino Esports, if there's one thing they have not displayed, is in fact the utility usage on the CT side. It is crucial on Anubis to also display some utility that can give you some aggression towards A, towards water. And well, Diaz, feeling the pressure, will back away and will be going down. A fast play here from Aurora, entering the bomb site swiftly, clearing out the angles, and now they have the bomb site once again.
Yeah, they try something new, Rhino, by pushing in from A and middle, giving Crazy a chance to do something. The flash is good, the swing is better. Look how the team play commences for Aurora Youngblood. And Rhino, they have played this map in the past. They've played it pretty great in this tournament around as well. A total of 2 times they played this map, winning it against Eclot and winning it against Unity. but against Aurora Youngblood, it is one pile too far to take. One stride too far, it seems like. Adapting so well and abusing the fact that Rhino, on the B side mostly, not playing their best of Counter-Strike. 12-9. Map point for Aurora Youngblood to take an incredible comeback. As you look at this, you see it being an 8-4 in the beginning, right, Danny? We're seeing the pistol round go to Rhino. And since then, it's a full purple stream from Aurora Youngblood. 8 rounds in a row so far. And I don't think they're going to be stopping. I think it's going to be 9.
It's been a really impressive set of rounds. And Aurora Youngblood, I gotta say though, they are definitely looking stellar here on the T side. Barely making any mistakes, and Rhino Esports incapable of dealing with the pressure, the fast plays of Aurora. Okay, we are seeing some aggression from Rhino. That's the one thing I was talking about. But look at what a desperate attempt it is. It is disjointed. You have one player coming in from A main. He will be going down as well. And that's the end of this round. Rhino Esports, a very underwhelming CT side. And on the back of it, Aurora Youngblood will ride to victory on the first map.
Yeah, by the looks of it, it is the case. The final chance you might be having is for Snappy to pull some craziness out of the head. A 1 versus 4 is required. Would be able to get himself to 11 kills. Really, Rhino looked incredible on that T side, yet, as you said, a little bit of an underwhelming CT side like you kind of expected on a map like Anubis as well, but not by having such great T side. It was a completely different story. And Aurora Youngblood is the team to just simply profit from it. They play it well. They get themselves onto 13 here. And we're going towards that second map with a very, very convincing start, Danny. But any thoughts, right, on this first map? I think we have said it all right. It was a CT side that they played well. Or T side, rather, that they played well. But, oh boy, that CT side, bro. That is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very dissatisfying to see Rhino Esports barely accomplish anything on the CT side. And well, the good thing on a map like Inferno that it's a sort of more back and forth map. So worst case scenario, even if you do end up having a terrible CT side, which I doubt that to be the case, you can still bounce back on the T side. But for now, folks, we will be going to a very quick commercial break. So once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that second map. So stay tuned.
Comeback from Aurora Youngblood leaves Rhino in shambles. They lose their first map. It was the pick from Aurora Youngblood coming in, and the only map that the side from Aurora Youngblood had actually played this entirety of the season. So that leaves us with the think, is this going to be a little comeback? Are we going to see a reverse sweep? At least the performance that we saw from Aurora Youngblood was good, so that's making me a little bit concerned. We'll see what it is, though. My name's still Dutch Boy. Next to me, Danny, to cover all the action for you guys here today, with even another best of 3 coming straight after this one. But first, that Inferno map. And I was already thinking about it for a little bit. Rhino will start on that T side. Their better side of choice. Aurora Youngblood choosing that CT side. If Aurora can keep the momentum up, get themselves a good grip on that CT side, and end the way they did in style on the map like Anubis on the T side, I'm having a hard time seeing Rhino actually win this one.
I mean, yeah, Rhino did not have the greatest performance, let's put it that way, on Anubis. They were definitely struggling. Let's just put it in simple terms. And heading into a map like Inferno, now, the interesting thing about this map is that I think it's so hard to see someone lose, I don't know, 13-0 on Inferno, or even like 13-6. This is the sort of map where you get to see a lot of times an even scoreline. Back in CSGO, it used to be 8-7. Nowadays, it is going to be like 6-6, perhaps something like 7-5, you know? Because it is a map in which both teams, regardless of their economical position, basically, can achieve victories. And we're talking, you know, even when you buy up, say, with pistols and a few SMGs on the CD side, that is a doable round. Say you have some Galils on the T side with a few MAC-10s sprinkled in, that is still a doable round. And on a map like Inferno, this means that both on the T side and on the CT side, you can find success. Because let's remember how effective sometimes it can be to take over a bomb site on Inferno. Once you basically get a few kills, let's say on the B bomb site, you have control over at B as a T. That's it. Round's over. The CTs have to run and simply save. The same could be said as well for the A-bomb side, right? You get a few kills as a T, and the remaining forces just have to save and play it smart.
Yeah. Rhino having been able to pick this map up a few times, of course, that will definitely help them to get those openers and get that space that Sir Danny is talking about. Won it in overtime against DMS and against Eclot in a 13-6 fashion. If we're both their picks coming into it, driving it to overtime against DMS. Interesting enough, right? DMS probably also a pretty good Inferno team. Then Eclot, I mean, their Inferno has not really been known that well. I think that was a pretty good win to pick up as well, considering that just kind of proves that you're able to do it against a more structured team. But I'm just looking for the Aurora Youngblood side, right? Haven't played Inferno in this season of play, in this tournament. They've not had the opportunity to play it, or of course didn't really want to play it. Whereas now you're going to have to play it against arguably one of the strongest maps for the team of Rhino Esports. So they're really going to have a lot to prove. I'm just thinking maybe the momentum hasn't been shifted yet. Maybe Aurora Youngblood can get some of the momentum from that previous game into this one by picking up the pistol, picking up the follow-up, and then you're still going to have that T side of play coming. So in that regard, I'm only seeing minuses, yet it's up to Rhino to prove that this is one of their strongest maps, that this was really not a fluke, that first map, that they can still bounce back, because they knew this was going to come. They knew, but leaving Anubis open for the grab, that they were going to potentially have to play it. So now you're going to have to focus up and get ready for the next map.
Yeah, absolutely. Because luckily, I guess you could say, in the case of Rhino Esports, you know, having to play Inferno, it's pretty good for them. Though it's not like Aurora are strangers to the map itself, right? Because they have played it as well. You can see on HLTV that they've played against some of the opponents, some of the names that we know on a bunch of the other smaller tournaments, and as well as a bunch of open qualifiers. So, I mean, this seems to be, you know, sort of standard practice. If you are a team, you should be capable of playing Inferno. Now, is it your best map? That's obviously for discussion, and a lot of times it doesn't feel like anyone wants to have something like Inferno as their go-to map. I guess an exception could be, in fact, DMS, one of the squads that a lot of times wanted to play free maps, Inferno, Overpass, as well as Mirage. But apart from, you know, sort of like a fresh roster, a roster that's still, you know, building and has some rookies on it, you are seeing a lot of teams just simply steering clear of a map like Inferno, but it does end up propping up in some best of threes, including ours. It is Aurora Youngblood on the CT side and Rhino Esports on the T side.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Rhino have played more maps in general in this season just kind of shows me that they're willing to play those maps. Sure, the side from Aurora Youngblood has played this map. They know how to play it. They played it in the scrims. They played it in officials. But now they've yet to prove, and if they want to play a map, it is not necessarily Inferno. So that will be where Rhino is able to take some control over, and they're already doing so. Getting themselves another dink on Cressy. Easy will hear them all run up into middle. Rhino have a man-up situation here. While player is holding Boiler in TMKs. Getting timing here by Easy. That might allow for Easy to get a little closer. Beautiful headshot. Bomb has still yet to go down. And Shigeo is trying to get Cressy off the angle. Gets himself a headshot. Now knows where the Diaz is. And this is becoming a tough situation. You have the bomb planted for you as your Diaz. But you don't have yourself that kid. Of course, you don't know it's in the place. Shigeo continues where he left off with the previous map. He played absolutely insane prior. And now he's finding a double in great succession to win Aurora Youngblood their round. How Shigeo got so far, for me, is a little unknown. But he pushes through the smoke and gets a beautiful double.
I mean, here as well, the aggressive play from Aurora early on going in for the mid play, it is very dangerous. And fact of the matter is, if your players end up going down like that in middle, as a T, you're going to be thinking, right, let's just go A. That's the area of the map that will have no defenders on it. And luckily for them, there was just one more guy remaining. However, he managed to pick up one frag. Then we also saw one more player coming in the backlines from B. And suddenly, the boys from Aurora Youngblood able to pick up a victory, a massive one at that. For Rhino Esports, it did feel like that might just go in the bag, but now they have to contest with rifle. It's crazy opening things up here in middle. However, the A defense has been softened up just a little bit. Meanwhile, will this be the final push? That is such a massive frag. Shigeo finally pouncing. Meanwhile, Rhino know if there is no one towards B, let's go there as quickly as we can.
See, gonna try to rotate. You get yourself down. Bomb. Snappy is in a very good position to shut the mid push down. Needs to be careful though. Aurora Youngblood could be setting up for a save. You pick up the pistol, you might be losing the follow as Snappy is trying to chase. Might take him all away. Looking for the final pieces to be had. He's gonna chase them down. He knows they went towards that T spawn. So although he doesn't catch them just yet, they know they're gonna be boxed in. So this is going to have to be like a fight that Aurora Youngblood wins. Otherwise, forced on back towards the pistols. And Rhino that takes a good grip on this game. Now kill gets found. Although Snappy, he's been caught up a few times with the timing. This time around, he will find it and will find the second. A great Snappy shot on Philby. That is, in fact, the round for Rhino.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, if you're Aurora Youngbloods, did you really have to go for the aggressive plays as well? Shigeo, alongside his buddy, luckily at least one Shigeo survives, but you have to admit, once Shigeo gets eliminated towards Banana, that's basically it. Rhino Esports can take over the bomb site and don't worry about it whatsoever. Here as well, we do have the odds from our sponsors, GG Bet. As we can see, Aurora Youngblood still favored in the best of 3 by a pretty big margin. However, Rhino Esports have shown some prowess as well. The previous round was of great importance for them. And here, the mid push comes in. Easy. Oh, finally lines up with one. Though I was so sure that Aurora will get the second guy as well.
Yep. Deagle spamming doesn't work out. And so, a 4 versus 4 you found yourself into. The chicken there and long being cooked. Let's see if Rhino is going to be cooked anytime soon. But Rhino Flash is somewhat tasty, and Aurora Youngblood is not going to get it done just yet. It's Blixie. That's all alone towards the side of B. Where is Rhino going to head? TMK might be selling himself into it, as they might still be going A if they realize Aurora Youngblood has rotated around. So just sell your mech dead inside of the site, make it happen. There comes the swing. They'll be getting boosted, looking for a 2-piece. And now you can rotate back to A, but you've lost yourself the man advantage.
Yeah, rotation has to be swift from Rhino. However,
it
does look like, I think they're big braining this too much. Snappy. Oh no, man's left in an awkward position. Will secure the frag, and you gotta wonder, I mean, it did feel like Crazy was contemplating that, okay, I'm just gonna potentially force the rotation from the B bomb side. All the players will rotate towards CT spawn. This will work out perfectly, but he did not account for the fact that Aurora Youngblood will still have players going through Banana. And so Rhino Esports, if you think about it, perhaps running towards A could have been the right choice, but simply big braining it too much can also cause you to lose the round.
I think it's smart to go Banana as well, right? Sure, you have middle still to go for, but think about CT. You gotta clear Library, you gotta clear Archers, you gotta clear Speedway to get there, because you don't know how far the player of Rhino has been yet, right? So you're going into Banana, you're trying to stick together, and they chose exactly the right move to do. Rhino, as you said, overthinking it a little, and still continuing to lose the Force War at the moment. They might be the first one to eco, we'll have to see if they do. The flashes are coming in, causing Crazy to be seen. Not yet. Although there is B presence, although there's a shootout from the Diaz. Second towards middle being found, and Aurora Youngblood going a little bit too aggressive here by the looks of things. Might be costing them big time. They'll be having to win out the fight. Help from Long arrives. It's still a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, what's surprising as well that Aurora Youngblood still going for those engagements instead of backing away and perhaps playing at least one round safe. They're still going for the engagements, and this is where the pistols and the MAC-10s on the T side can thrive. Finally, though, Flixie will get the information what's happening on B. Smoke being deployed, so it's obvious. This will be the B play, and Bixie picks up the frag on one, but 2 players still remaining. Has to wait for backup. Going for the spray there is a bit dangerous, but don't worry, the 5-7 is trustworthy. And it's all up to Lonesome Diaz, and well, in the 1 versus 3, remember, Aurora still have 3 players, and well, the first one goes down, and is waiting to see for more. They can play this one to perfection. Aurora, the Diaz though getting close as he can, but eventually goes down to easy. And a 3rd round for Aurora, though I wouldn't be so sure to say that, okay, now it's time for Rhino to eco, right? No, something tells me they're gonna reinvest once again.
Yeah, still probably not conceding. They've lost themselves. The Force Wars taking down or leaving alive with only 2 players might be making you go for it. But never mind. They're not gonna go for it. The Diaz was the only one that could buy a rifle. The rest of them are gonna have Galil with armor and no util, so they're conceding first-footed. And that's gonna make it even worse for Rhino. Thinking about, well, that CT side again, on Anubis for once. How aggressive the T side has been, and how aggressive the style from Aurora Youngblood has been on that CT side. T side could be even better. And now being down 4-1 would be a little tough pill to swallow. Still, it looked like the B250 for Renato was gonna do some damage. No cigar eventually for him. And everyone is looking to hit the deck, although Crazy trying to stabilize, gets the kill. Blue-White knows this, he's just gonna avoid Crazy, and they're pushing down towards the bottom of the ramp. They're gonna try to beat the T's at this point in time, trying to flank TMK. I think he's gone unknown. They will soon find the bomb, most likely on that CT, or on that second mid as well. The roles have been reversed now, Stenny. The CTs are pushing.
I mean, you're absolutely right about it. I guess as a CT, you always wanted to see what's on the other side. What's actually happening there in T-spawn? How have the T's arrived on this map? But I guess their search for knowledge won't last that long because the round is already over. Rhino Esports finally go down without a fight. Okay, the P250 looked pretty close on picking up those frags. And finally, with the eco now being over, they have plenty of cash to reinvest. Now we have a proper gun round. So this time around, if we do see some aggressive plays from Aurora, I kind of vouch for it. I think in the previous round, it was a dangerous game, but look at this as well. So much util being deployed in middle. Aurora looking for the early engagements, but if anything, they only lost a lot of HP.
The thing is, going for those aggressive plays, you would say, when are they going to stop? I mean, it's continuing to work. It's continuing to win them rounds. So I would say continue until you're starting to lose a few in a row and then start betting into what the side from Rhino is doing. And maybe it's a good time to stop now because you're also starting to lose some fights and Rhino is more than aware of the pushes.
Look at Easy. Right behind the smoke, the only player holding the bombs. And oh man, the crosshair, it lines up. Perfect angle from Diaz, and now they're more than aware that the B-bomb site is open. However, again, the big brain move. Even though they have the bomb site, I mean, Aurora still didn't have enough chance to call off the rotate, and will be, oh my gosh, the shotgun. It's so good. It's up to 2 players now. Team Kijay, Diaz, oh, he swings out. Picks up the frag on 1. They know the positioning of Wilby, and he might just get the better of him. Oh, look at this. Where's the awareness? They have no idea that a player will come in the backlines with the shotgun, picks up 1, looks for more, but he will lose. Oh no, that looked so good for Wilby. Look at his efforts on the A-bomb side. Surely it was a great showing from Wilby. He picks up the 1, the second one, the shotgun, so powerful. And yet, at the end, it simply was not enough.
Yeah, 1 bullet with the AK would have done it. The AK having a very slow fire rate. You might want to go for that headshot. Didn't do so this time around. Maybe if he would have stuck to the XM, he would have been able to find the kill, but that's something we will never find out. Still, a good position for Roar Youngblood and Rhino. Fighting back with their legs, or their tailbone between their legs right now at the moment, due to all the aggression Rhino, or Aurora Youngblood rather, has put on them. Every single time, it's so hard. You're not going to be expecting those pushes every time, but they are putting them. They're putting them in. And as soon as Rhino goes for those fights, as soon as Rhino thinks they have some control, they don't. Because Aurora Youngblood is every single time pushing, every single time have found themselves so much space there early in the round, it's just tough to fight against with it.
Yeah, this is so difficult for Rhino. The aggressive players from Aurora are causing a lot of havoc amidst the T's. Their plans? Shredded. Have to think of something new. And if you will continue playing the same style of T-side, well, I'm quite sure to know that the T-side is going to end relatively quickly. A smoke for CT spawn. Looks like this will be an execute towards B. Last chance hurrah for Rhino Esports in round number 7. However, the weapons are aimed. They're at the ready, waiting for the players to appear in their crosshairs. Goes down 1 and the second, and Aurora Youngblood, a convincing victory in round number 7.
Yep, again pushing. At some point, Rhino needs to be ready. At some point, Rhino needs to realize the game plan. That's every time happening, but how do you stop this? At least not walk up middle alone, or boost when there's a smoke up close. It really is all single-handed fights taken. A complete difference, a flip of the coin for Rhino, as their T-side on Ancient, or Anubis rather, was so strong. They played together every time, and now it's so disjointed. They try something together, but still, the whole too strong. At least I like the change that Rhino goes for something with their 5-man. But this time around, Aurora Youngblood ready with the smoke again. They're walking through, they're getting chipped away. It's a 6-2 for the side from Aurora Youngblood. And they still got the T side coming next. Here, Danny.
Nasty surprise for Diaz, and perhaps for the entire squad of Rhino Esports. So far, only having the 2 rounds on the T side is underwhelming. 6 rounds for the CTs is a pretty good scoreline, as I was talking about earlier. A lot of times on Inferno, you do get the CTs even scorelines, you know, the 6-6s, the 7-5s and whatnot. And for Rhino Esports, there is still a chance to bounce back, but I do see some troubling signs. For me, they seem to be having a difficult time of acquiring any mid presence as well as in Banana. Maybe this will change with the Diaz having a strong position, however, bombardment incoming. Loses some HP, but still maintains the most and moves in. Nice flashbang from the opposition, in fact, from his buddy as well. And so, they could continue with the push, but Blixie's here with the AK. And now Rhino Esports finally can plant the flag in Banana, but this is only step 1 of their big plan.
The master plan starting to be executed. They need to find themselves a way in against Easy. Only one to fight against about A. I didn't even realize that, so you're going into a stack. You might be better off rotating around, as Easy is chasing you once more. Look at Krasi's flank. This is much required. If he doesn't get this kill on Vilby, it's still going to get a little interesting, but he does. So that's A side opened.
That's painful. Vilby, just in case, takes a look towards the apartments, and well, he ended up losing his life. So Rhino Esports have a great opportunity to get that bomb planted. Move in, clear out the bomb site, just in case. but as we see, it will be planted in a open position, and Aurora Youngblood, I mean, a retake on A in a 2v3, I don't know about that. I think it's better to save your guns, as it is standard practice. That is exactly that. So for Rhino Esports to secure that third round, okay, that will definitely be a nice boost of confidence. They had a great showing in Banana. Admittedly, going for the fight instead of backing down was in fact the better choice they made. And with that control towards Banana, suddenly Aurora Youngblood lose 2 of their own. And the defense towards A gets a little bit flustered, only just the one guy. And on the back of that great kill, Rhino Esports open up the A-bomb site.
Yeah, I love to see it. Exactly. I think you called it out well. Rhino taking control over Banana. It makes the mid guys a little awkward as well. It makes them potentially want to rotate around. It makes them potentially want to not go so aggressive. And now with your 3 there, you can easily hold on to the pushes that are coming in. So probably we're going to see a change now that Aurora Youngblood has actually lost themselves around. And with the double up setup, I think you can go for some peaks, but you cannot just go and take control over second middle anymore. So maybe Rhino get a little more free room to move, because as well, this game has only been lasting for like 10 minutes, I think. And we're already on a 6-3 currently, so it's been going fast. Rhino Esports have not been able to hold on to the Aurora Youngblood the way they wanted to. But now that they have, I hope they've injected some fear towards Aurora Youngblood. I mean, it might be not, you know, it's what it is.
Here as well, I mean, Rhino Esports probably not fearing for their lives just yet. Surely taking the tactical timeout is a great worst case scenario. It's a good chance to take a breath, take a deep breather, but it's also an opportunity to discuss your upcoming game plan, because if you will attempt to do the same thing you did last time, it's probably not going to work out. After all, that B control from Aurora is looking stellar. So yes, last time around you managed to show that you have more teeth than your opposition, but on the other hand, I'm sure as heck Aurora Youngblood will put more pressure towards Banana, perhaps even having some player moving in towards middle as well.
Oh, I mean, Aurora Youngblood backing down. I mean, it was a saying from me, but of course it's not the case. Of course they're not gonna go for not aggressive. Exactly, Blue White lines up 2. I mean, I'm saying something that is never going to happen for Aurora Youngblood. It makes total sense because it works every time. Smoke getting naded open. Kill coming through. Blue White in a very good position. Too many targets to find though. And that allows Rhino Esports to get away back in. I can't believe it! Why? Burning to a crisp and give it a chance back. You find yourself a mid advantage and then you run in a molly and die.
Uh-oh, this is a bit awkward. Okay, Renato eliminates the one player, but looks like Shigeru's got the info. USP is enough. Cold-blooded Hitman style. But yeah, I mean, it's as if I called it, right? In that position, if you're Rhino Esports, you should have been aware that a play like that is possible. Aurora Youngblood has demonstrated time and time again that they are willing to go for the aggressive plays, right? And it's no wonder they decide to change things up. Instead of having all their players play aggressive in Banana, they had one player sneaking past through the back lines, moves in through middle, dodges all the smokes, and like a ninja, he stays, he waits it, picks up the 2 frags, and well, that is practically round over for Rhino Esports, though. I mean, you gotta admit, though, that 2v3 got a little bit scary there for the CTs, but eventually they managed to secure the victory.
Kill from Snappy to start things up. Kill gonna be had. Phil B with a double. Looking for more, is he? As they're on the site. Close up. Bomb might go down, of course. They try to get some added cash for the final round, but Easy has arrived, making it unable for TMK to do anything. And now, there's the final nail in the coffin for Aurora Youngblood. It is 8-3, with a potential to switch sides on 9.
A desperate play from Rhino. No utility usage while entering the A-bomb site. No nothing, just players relying on their individual aim. And, well, one thing to note, worst case scenario, if Rhino Esports end up losing this second map, which also means they lost in the best of 3 series, because this is the upper bracket matchup, they will still have one more tournament live remaining in the lower bracket. They can still fight their way to the final, but they'll be, oh, look at him, the aggression. Works out perfectly for the CTs. He could have gone for more if he wanted to, but now look at this. Aurora, okay, maybe overstepping some boundaries. Crazy, not out of this one just yet. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. 2v2. Rhino Esports have been given a lifeline.
Yep, a chance to fight back. Aurora Youngblood, they will definitely be going for this retake. No chance to otherwise, and I gotta say, Shigeo, I think you would already want to move forward. They've already crossed to the side, my buddy. You might want to make your way through, as time is ticking off the clock, costly. Taking yourself some space here on the mid side. It's Shigeo. Will be moving up with the Eagle. Gonna be clearing long here. He has to. Not doing so, and missing the fight. Again, you offer Rhino so many chances, and now they're finally putting it up to grabs.
Blixie left in a 1 versus 2. He's simply running out of time and will not make it work. 8-4. Aurora Youngblood, surely the favorites heading into that second half right now after such a tremendous performance. But you gotta wonder, mistakes have been made, and will it come back to bite them? Because surely, if you're a team like Aurora Youngblood, almost on the cusp of securing that 9th round, this could potentially break some of your momentum. And for Rhino Esports, yeah, absolutely. That is a lifeline to continue playing forward. And a CT round pistol would also be a perfect start for the Portuguese team to kick things off here in a proper fashion on the CT side.
Yeah, I hope for Rhino that this is going to be their entrance back into the game. Otherwise, a short-lived exit, not of the tournament, but of course in that lower bracket, place where you don't really want to be this soon. Gotta say, Aurora Youngblood, every time we see them in playoffs, every time we see them play on the big stages, they're always there to find success. A really promising lineup I mentioned in the little pre-show that we had, really showing off right now. Only one towards the B side, and if you can start things off well on the T side, we've already seen Anubis prior to this being played so well on that T side for Aurora Youngblood. Their aggressive style really suiting them on the T side, I feel like. So it's going to be tough for Rhino to stabilize. They are going to try to have Snappy go absolutely wild here with the USP. A flank from Renato coming in quite soon. 3 of them actually in towards the mid side. Snappy tries to deny as much time as possible, but gets taken away. Flank being held by Easy. They try to chuck in a smoke to help him stand tall, and they will do. Kill through the smoke, it all works out. Somewhat of a stabilization, although it's just Diaz remaining. Having a very hard time here on the site. Tapping 1, trying to tap for more, but his bullets are running low. And so is the round count for Rhino. Only 4 with Aurora Youngblood on 9.
That was an impressive pistol round victory for Aurora. Take a look at this, Easy. I mean, the man's stuck in a very awkward position. And the one thing he does is he realizes, well, I may not hit these all players, so one thing I gotta do is deploy my smoke. He throws down the smoke grenade, and if anyone from Rhino Esports decide to push, well, they gotta do it for a smoke. So that was a very brilliant play, and well, luckily for him, we didn't see the potential of that play, because after all, he capably managed to get rid of 2 players, and he also had the backup of Shigeru. So yeah. Rhino Esports, look at this. Just a simple run-of-the-mill eco, which is something you don't get to see too often on Inferno.
Okay. Philby. 2 Mac 10 kills. Nice catch found. Now you want that Mac 10 to do so a little more, although Crazy has a Zeus. They don't want to push this. You totally get why. The bomb is left alone towards B, so that might have still given some sort of life to Rhino. Not to be, no lifeline created, 4 players still left standing. Decent eco for Rhino, and now the chance that they have to strike. But they will have to prove themselves right here, right now. This is an important round coming next.
I mean, it's crucial. You could even say it like that, because Rhino Esports, this is a round where if they end up losing it, that is 11 for your opponents, and suddenly they're on the cusp of victory, not only in the second map, but in the best of 3 as well. So here, if you're Rhino Esports, see what you can come up with. See what you can cook with. Well, you're definitely cooking with a lot of their Molotovs being deployed over in Banana, but regardless, even though they wasted so much utility, they will decide to back away, and you gotta wonder, perhaps it would have been a better choice to keep some of that util. Look at this as well, Renata forced out of position. Where's the peak, though? Finally comes in from Easy, but That smoke cloud is blocking off his vision.
Chances to swing on long. Kill doesn't come through from Blixie. For Snappy to fall away. He's going to be taken away. Bye-bye, Snappy. Final player on the side will be Renato, but as he falls, it really becomes a tall task, a tall order to find. But you are able to do so, at least for now. I don't know if the bomb is there. The nade will be targeted perfectly. I cannot really find where the bomb is. It's on second middle, so that will be recovered by CJO, giving Blixie a little bit lesser time to get on the A side and in a good position, and gives TMK more than enough to potentially start looking, having a look into apps. If he can go into Boiler and take apps control, he might catch CJO there off guard. But he's going to go all the way around back to short. Jump spot from Blixie has been seen. Now you got to work together to clear this. And TMK wants to kill. Fully blinds himself. He doesn't get his vision in time. The flash doesn't work. The kill does for CJO.
I mean, depends who you ask, because you could say that the flash worked perfectly there for Aurora Youngbloods. Snappy, though, yeah, a bit unsuccessful for him on the A side hold. And Rhino Esports, looks like one of the player has been dropped. Yeah, looks like that is, in fact, Snappy, perhaps some tech issues to deal with. And yeah, that is incredibly frustrating for Rhino, considering that with that loss in the gun round, suddenly winning this map becomes so much harder. Because right now, they don't have the economy to reinvest with. They need at least a couple extra $1,000. And then we could see some rifles. We could see some utility with the fuse kits as well. But here, it's going to come down to, I think, a partial investment. You know, get some of those pistols out. Kevlar as well. But really, you're just hoping to allow Aurora Youngblood to reach 12. And you will try to claw your way back by winning 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah, you gotta do so. It will be rough for the side from Rhino. That is something we already saw going there on the CT side of Anubis. The main story for Rhino, their CT side needs to be a little better. New CT side is required to become a little harsher here, although Roar Youngblood, the way they've played so far, I mean, I expected them, if I would have to say one team, it would be them and Dynamo Eclot to possibly have the highest chance at winning this tournament. Aurora Youngblood was able to take themselves into that upper bracket final if they win this. Dynamo Eclot still has that opportunity in the playoffs. You can see what Aurora Youngblood has become, a killing machine. It is working as a absolute foundation. It's all building that is yet to be broken, and that won't be broken anytime soon. 5 players surviving. Sir Daddy, 5 in a row for Rhino is a good start, but they need a total of 8 if they want to get things going.
Yeah, to achieve that, it seems like it's almost an impossible task. I mean, sure, on the city side of Inferno, you can lock down your opposition. We saw how well Aurora Youngblood managed to do so on their city side. But for Rhino, I don't know, I just don't have the same level of confidence, though. Snappy goes in for the first shot. A lot more players coming in up close. Still not landing a single shot. Finally, one comes in. Krazy's there to help him out. And there we go. At least they absolutely destroy the mid play from Aurora Youngblood. I guess they wanted to close things out here as quickly as they can. But yeah, a simple mid play like that will not give you any fruits. So Wilby remain the last player alive. And there we go. Krazy with the 4K.
Good round that Rhino finds. 5th one picked up. And that shot from Snappy, first missing. But then, great hold on middle. Finally, things are working. They play together. And I think Aurora Youngblood now realizing that Rhino has reinforced onto middle. So we're going to play a little less aggressive, a little less lackluster. Just play a little more tactical. And you should have this game build up and in your bag. Let's see what Snappy will do. He's going to go aggressive with it as well. DLC on Banana. Rhino tries the same as Aurora Youngblood with success. Although the double trade pack is significant.
That's impactful. Very much so, because Aurora Youngblood can now finally play this one properly. especially here as well. Players in the pit. Oh no, from here on out, if you're Aurora Youngblood, you will absolutely go here. Where else shall you go? Will be. Oh no, another player going down. That means it's all up to Lonesome TMKJ being left in a 1 versus 4, and there's no way he can pull it off. Okay.
Good chance. TMK in the 1 versus 3. As he will try to re-establish, the bomb will go down towards the A site. Player on long is going to make some space for Vilby, who's getting a little bit closer to swing. 13-5. A lot more convincing of a win for the Aurora Youngblood side. They're able to find themselves a very good pile of rounds there. And that T side again looked so incredibly great for them. I'm looking forward to see what they can bring further in this tournament. But they're definitely one of the contenders to also win and make it to that finals and get themselves $5,000.
Absolutely. I mean, they looked pretty solid here, Aurora Youngblood. I mean, in the pre-match as well, we were talking about it, that the Academy teams are looking very strong here in the tournament. And you gotta wonder, I mean, Aurora Youngblood is playing such good CS. I mean, VP.Prodigy will be watching them play next. And I do expect some great CS from the VP boys as well. And yeah, we could see that Aurora Youngblood managed to move on to the second stage of the playoff bracket. However, it does look like the boys from Red Esports will have to go down in the lower bracket and face some of the opposition, which we commentated yesterday. So here we have the final scoreline, and looks like, yeah, soon enough, we will be taking a look at the next matchup of the day. That is going to be VP.Prodigy versus Dynamo Eclot. So do you have any sort of initial about some of the...
Yeah, no, we are back, of course, for Rhino Esports. They're going to be moving up against Unity, of course, as you mentioned down below. But any initial thoughts about that match? I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's once more, the playoff stage is once again going to be a whole lot different than the group stage was. And I feel like VP.Prodigy have proven themselves to be that team, also beating a team like Aurora Youngblood inside of that group stage initially. I feel like Dynamo Eclot, considering they are that organization, they are the team that has played together for so long as well, I feel like they're going to have themselves a very nice time in that matchup, and that the side for VP.Prodigy is still going to have a very rough time. But we will be back, as you guys saw, we're already dropped into that break stream. We'll be back in about 25 minutes, probably a little bit longer, as the game should be in about an hour, or maybe even a little bit more. We'll see how it's going to be. We'll see what's popping, but for now, enjoy your break. We see you soon.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Apollo Series Phase 1 $10,000 tournament brought to you by Quasar and our sponsors, GGBet. We already had a chance to witness the first matchups of the day, but now it's time for our second day matchups. My name's Sir Danny. I'm joined here by Dutch Boy, and well, let's take a look at the two teams that will be facing off today. It will be VP.Prodigy and Dynamo Eclot. And I'm sure that Dutch Boy, I believe you have some information on VP.Prodigy. You have mentioned this team in the broadcast earlier, as well as touting as perhaps one of the better, if not the best team in this tournament.
I would honestly say Dynamo Eclot is probably going to be one of those teams. I think I mentioned them previously, but I think VP.Prodigy, they have proven themselves to be that worthy team here inside of this playoffs or inside of the tournament as of right now. I'm still going to see whether or not that was just the group stage prowess coming into it, because they did still lose in one of their matches against the side from Lemon Dogs, a team that was previously already out of the tournament. They did win against Aurora Youngblood in a convincing fashion, but I would say Dynamo Eclot, as soon as things are going to start to wrap up, as soon as things will have to happen, and Dynamo Eclot is going to be in that headspace of, okay, now we need to win, there's going to be a good chance of them taking it. Looking at the maps, of course, we're going to see the Vertigo and Inferno a band away, a pick of Nuke, and I didn't know Eclot was that much of a Nuke fan. They didn't play it a single time here inside of the competition. They left it once as a decider, which wasn't played. And then as a curveball, VP.Prodigy goes for Ancient, the bread and butter of CIS Counter-Strike.
I mean, for VP.Prodigy, probably not that much of a curveball. For them, it is a map they tend to play pretty often, at least in some of the HLTV matches the past 6 months. And same could be said for Anubis. So in that sense, the two maps aren't too shabby, I'd say, for VP.Prodigy. Though I can't really say that much about Nuke. That seems to be like a pretty decent team for Dynamo Eclot. And I mean, Dynamo Eclot, in general, this roster, like you're saying, I mean, they are potentially the best team in the tournament, and there are good reasons for it. They've had a first place finish in the Tip Sport Grand Cup, beating the likes of Sinners, and they've also just a month ago managed to win ESCA Season 48 main. So that is also a pretty impressive achievement. So for Dynamo Eclot, a lot is riding on this one, and we're beginning a ride here on Nuke.
Yeah, good stuff, of course. That could be there. VP.Prodigy, that might have played a little bit better in the group stage, getting that first seed, while Dynamo Eclot second seed, but still a definite good chance to have a good showing right here as steps towards outside are being found. Belisera allowed to find himself the first, trades towards the outside, and Nubik getting himself a lovely double there towards the under heaven. See where Dynamo Eclot is heading, as this is in fact their pick, and they definitely know how to move their way around this map, wiggle their way through in towards the heaven side with Shady and Devushka waiting on the A side. So Dynamo Eclot, I don't think they've chosen the right side here to go for, but that's all to thank to VP.Prodigy sticking to their gut.
Look at the weapons as well. Shady, the dualies, so good. Precise will secure the one. Looks for more players. That's 4C, and wow, Shady and Devushka. 2 players, 4 pistols, and that will be enough to secure the round win. VP.Prodigy, I've got to say though, initially things are looking pretty good for Dynamo Eclot. They even had players in secret, they had players in outside, and they decide to go, in fact, up in the heavens. And I would say, yeah, I mean, take the high ground. That is such a powerful position. And yet, Dynamo Eclot lose to the 2 players below the side. That's a bit frustrating, I'd say. I thought that's going to be their round for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the high ground is a thing in Counter-Strike where you're actually unfavored. The ones below are usually favored in that duel, so it really is a tough pill to swallow there for Dynamo Eclot. They could have chosen to go around towards B while Nubik doesn't spot out something for some reason. But yeah, an approach to go heaven, giving away the easier angles to VP.Prodigy from below, and so getting themselves in a very good spot over the Dynamo Eclot squad, which are now trying to scramble up the pieces. Daitor might be down to B, so he's going to try to catch someone on the ramp, potentially with a headshot and a follow-up. Can set a blitz to walk down, but all in all, VP.Prodigy looking good for a second round nevertheless.
Look at this, something at a prime angle. Don't worry about it. The M41S is precise. Just a few bullets on the player's body, and a few more to finish things off. VP.Prodigy securing themselves the second round on CT side nuke. Dynamo Eclot testing out the waters. You know, even on a simple eco round like this, I mean, a lot of teams just think, you know, it's not a round worth thinking about that much, but it's a pretty good round to figure out some of the positions your opponents might be playing. See where they are. Are they playing 2 players towards ramp? Perhaps just one guy towards ramp? If they have 2 players towards outside, and on an eco round like this, is the prime opportunity to just poke around, see the positionings of the players.
Blitz is going to try to poke his hand, maybe a little bit too much, although Shady isn't going to be pushing right on top. Outside has been left because they got a player rotating down in the name of Dennis Zera. He's going to try to swing right on top of the secret side. Daitor should be the first one to find himself some contact. Reese had his time in an Asian lineup. Now finding himself back in EU, and a great flank will be found. Looking in for a second, he will be dropping. The Swede not able to get it done. Dynamo Eclot having a tough time to execute here towards the A side, and being held for now by Kusmi. Still on the site. 4G joined the lines here of Dynamo Eclot to build it a stronger lineup, and now trying to step up in his place. Will not do so. With him falling, the round falls flat. It's VP.Prodigy to get their third. And so far, the execute intentionally thrown by Dynamo Eclot. Initially looking good with the entries and everything. But then the stabilization that VP.Prodigy has, a double swing and a double play on site against the CIS lineup over the line.
Yeah, you're wondering one thing. If they would have had just a little bit more utility, and I'm talking some Molotovs, some flashbangs, subtly they can flush the players from behind the reactors. Because Kriaz and Force, I mean, they were taking ground. A lot of good ground was, in fact, taken by Dynamo Eclot, but the players in the backside, that is still a very powerful position, and with no utility, and if you go in for the straight-up aim duels, well, losing them becomes a hard pill to swallow. And Dynamo Eclot, well, on the back of it, interestingly enough, a tactical timeout. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, the 2-3-0 down, so I totally get why they would go for this, but they're gonna have some time to think, some time to reset in a pistol round. You won't be able to reset too much other than hopefully keeping the economy for VP.Prodigy as low as possible, but we do know if they continue to find rounds, get themselves to 5, let's say 6 in a row, eventually Dynamo Eclot is not going to be having too much problem breaking the economy for VP.Prodigy, but they gotta win a round. That's the thing I'm mostly concerned about. For now, the economy from VP.Prodigy not far in the rising. Dynamo Eclot can simply just reset them with a single round going their way. But you gotta be careful about how many rounds you're already losing on the T side, because VP.Prodigy is good in closing them at the moment.
But the pistols can definitely close in the distance. Dynamo Eclot getting pretty close for the potential push on A, and I think that's part of their agenda. I think it's their main plan. The push will commence, though, counter grenades. And suddenly they slow down to a crawl. Dynamo Eclot just gotta wait it out, or in fact, the fight will come to them.
Good opening. That is very well done, and instantly panic, of course, on the faces from VP.Prodigy. They tried to stabilize, not able to do so. They make it a second. Dynamo Eclot is 2 up as they're trying to move their way towards outside with regrouping. That is a rough fight to take, though, against the M4. But Shady, a little bit cautious as well. Doesn't want to give away a third fight, because that would mean danger for VP.Prodigy.
Oh, once again, Dennis Zera. An aggressive push gives a lot of information, but a lot of this is going to come down to the outside play. We can see something is holding his line. Nice stuff. We'll slow down the push tremendously, but now with 25 seconds remaining, Dynamo Eclot need to move in for the play. In fact, there are already players at the bomb site. Kraz is way far back to do any sort of impact. 16 seconds. Blitz wasting valuable time. The push comes in. Nice one from MBQQ, but Blitz, 8 seconds remaining. There are players all over the place. He might just win the one duel, but sadly, even if he does, there's simply no time to plant. So VP.Prodigy initially, though, I mean, their setup looking solid as ever. They have the right weapons, but the aggressive plays, man, you gotta wonder, they really had to go for them so early on.
Yeah, it loses yourself some money and it still gets you in the same position. I said it before, if you keep on winning, there's no problem. But if you start losing one round, you're instantly gonna fall flat with your economy. And that's the position VP.Prodigy is in, constantly surviving with 1 or 2 players. It won't build you any economy. And now against the AKs, they're gonna have to continue on winning, otherwise they're losing quite a few. Opening fight could be taken here for Shady. It's Nubik having a look with him. Getting a little closer. He's going to try to just dry swing into ramp by the looks of things. Well, he's alone. Player in secret will have some fight. Something has not been seen by Kreyas just yet. And with all the control that Dynamo Eclot has found early in the round, you might be starting to wonder what they're going to do with it. Because I feel like if the secret guy is able to take down something, ramp aggression is instantly going to come and follow. If Kreyas doesn't get himself the kill, could still fall back up and go for an A play. So it's all about what he does in this situation.
Come on there, Shady. Show us your move, bud. Because right now, 50 seconds remaining and a lot of players should be coming your way. Surprisingly enough, Dynamo Eclot, even though they had a bunch of utility deployed towards outside, I do believe the main play will still commence on A. 39 seconds. Wow, this is a very slow approach. One player still in garage can cause a lot of damage. That is Xdenizera. But now look at this. The push is happening. Dvushka is yet to reveal his position, but he does go down. Xdenizera finally pounces, and Kusmi, that's a good one, picks up the frag on 1. Now he knows that he needs to stay alive and do some impact. Kusmi holds the line for more, but does go down eventually. 11 seconds now. That's a nice nade from Xdenizera, and NBQQ simply not enough time. Once again, Dynamo Eclot running down the clock.
Yep, a good round here for VP.Prodigy. Get themselves a whole lot going for them. And of course, again, closing out the rounds. That's their speciality, of course, coming in here. That's their expertise that they have. Able to get themselves quite a bit going. The only one saving a weapon is Nubik. He get himself an AK with some util that he will be bringing into the next round. The question is, will Dynamo Eclot be forcing right on top? Because their utility won't be there for them really. So maybe they're better off saving and going for an AK by next round. Although Nubik has only 200 bucks left in his reserve. So he won't be able to afford a buy next round anyway. So they might be better off to get the economy back on the level that they are, like, hypothetically speaking, close by to each other. But you gotta win rounds at some point, so I don't know. They're gonna just go and full send it, which seems like the best option. They gotta win rounds, man. They gotta do it.
Yeah, because right now things are looking difficult to say the least. You take a look at the economy right now for Dynamo Eclot, and yeah, you gotta weigh your options. You can absolutely go in for the sort of eco, I presume, but also going for the investment does make a lot of sense. We have the players here on Dynamo Eclot with a proper investment regardless, still having some utility to work with, and we also have the odds here provided by our sponsor GGBet, still favoring the boys here of VP.Prodigy. And of course, if anyone is interested in betting this game, be sure to be of the right age and according to the law of your local governments.
Yep, exactly what it is. We'll see how things will be. And of course, there's that lovely 150 deposit bonus with the code Appolo series. You can check that out on GGBet. Well, clicking on that banner down below. For now, a good start for VP.Prodigy and definitely good in closing those rounds, which is eventually what you need. You need to win some of those rounds while the team of Dynamo Eclot have gotten close in various occasions. Will try to work their way out with 50 seconds approximately left. They're trying to take B while VP.Prodigy has rotated around. There's main presence, which might cause some rotations to happen, although Blitz is already in such a far position, far-fetched, while he's falling away. I don't know where Dynamo Eclot is heading, but they seem to try and wrap their way around towards the ramp side as well, giving Kusmi and Xdenizera In the beginning, I thought their positions weren't going to be played, but right now, Dynamo Eclot is moving right in the stack for VP.Prodigy.
Kusmi, prime position. Oh no, the double peek. It's way too powerful. But extend his era at contamination. Still, a powerful position. Bomb is not planted for him, but instead of peeking, looks like he's just gonna wait a little bit longer. There we go, he moves in, but 4C. Unbelievable reaction. And Lonesome Devushka remains. I gotta say though, the 1v3 is not looking likely, and he agrees with me. So saving the weapon will be of top priority. The AWP now picked up. And yeah, VP.Prodigy finally have been contested. Dynamo Eclot have showed us what they're made of, and I gotta say though, that push towards the B bomb site was pretty sleek there from Blitz and 4C.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was all in all played pretty well, to be honest. They were playing together and trying to fight for some door control. That is what you want to do on the B side. If the door all of a sudden swings open and you're having to fight against two various angles, with one of them planting, really becomes a troublesome spot. But who is also in a troublesome spot is VP.Prodigy themselves. You lose one round, and you're instantly to the brink of losing out on having more cash going for you in the next round. And that's the point I was bringing up. You can win rounds in a row. You're not building up any economy. As long as things go right, it's nice. But as soon as things fall, you're your own villain on your own pocket. You lose yourself that economy. Most likely a few more. This round will be important for VP.Prodigy as so.
Yeah, of great importance. Their economy can be shambled here if they make a mistake. And Dynamo Eclot, once again, looks like they want to contest the A bomb site, but not early. No, we have not seen any early plays from the players except this round. Nubik. Oh, that is nice attempt though. I like the fact he doesn't go for the straight up spray, but hoping to get a lucky one tap. Meanwhile, Kusmi, feeling confident on the back of that kill, will of course exchange for the AK-47. Nice weapon, has served its ranks in a bunch of military conflicts. Might serve Kusmi as well.
Sure did. Already finding an entry. Outside is a little bit questionable. Who's going to get that frag towards that side? It's Shady that's up close with the op towards the ramp, actually. Well, towards red, there's some control to be had. Shady spots out two of them crossing. Rotation from heaven will come in, but a little too late to help Shady survive, so he's dropping down for a second layer. Loud for help, although no rotations are being called. Devushka fighting against Kreese here, most likely towards A. I'm a little bit unsure. They hear him running up. Bomb with that as well. And with the flank for Denizera, if he takes them down both, that bomb is getting dropped on heaven. Now it doesn't. And the bomb will go down. You still got two of them waiting. The Dynamo Eclot have broken the economy for VP.Prodigy. And it seems like they're stepping on it a few more times with it as well. It looked like it's just completely heartbroken for VP.Prodigy at the moment.
Yeah, this is not looking good for them whatsoever. Something and Shady will simply back away from this, and Dynamo Eclot, even though they ended up losing the one player early on, it's surprising to see that they have the fortitude to bounce back. Kreaz as well, mopping things up. A pretty experienced player on the side of Dynamo Eclot. And well, Lonesome Shady will manage to save the AWP. That's crucial. Because right now, VP.Prodigy simply out of cash, man.
Yeah. And for Dynamo Eclot, right, the storyline is a little better. We didn't get to touch on that too much, as our pre-show was a little bit short. But you got new players coming in as well, right? You got Kreese the Sweet, you got Forzy as the offer for Entropic. Kreese that was going with the lineup of Wings Up towards Asia to play the RMR and everything there. You still got Blitz, Daitor and Nubik there. Previously, of course, Anarchist, which joined as a Israeli Auber to make it a non-Czechian team anymore. So it's great to see that they've put up some switches, and hopefully it's going to be proven right. Will allow some time, of course, to get off the clock, but this is definitely a good players run that they can show off. They have also taken a lot of control at the moment. You can see VP.Prodigy that have taken control towards the B side. For now, the only problem Dynamo Eclot were facing was closing rounds. At the moment, they are closing 3 in a row, with VP.Prodigy having nothing to say in this round. They just want to save the op. And I kind of get why.
Absolutely. And VP.Prodigy hoped that perhaps this might be the B play. Shady was in the position, however, did not manage to capitalize on a single kill. So, luckily for him, there's always the backdoor entrance through the vents. Up he went, and now saving the op will be, I think, possible for VP.Prodigy. But yeah, you gotta wonder, Dynamo Eclot have been doing a fine job at winning some of these duels. VP.Prodigy, feeling the pressure, might even consider going for some more aggression of their own. And some of the earlier rounds, yeah, we have seen it, and it has worked out. But the one big problem I see with VP.Prodigy is, like with some of the other CIS teams, they just don't seem to know when to stop. They might get the initial opener, but instead of then focusing on playing more defensively in a more passive mode, they tend to continue pushing, and that's when the opponents finally react and can get a counter frag and just even up the numbers.
Yeah, and that's what Rhino kind of couldn't do against the team of Aurora Youngblood. But what we see for Dynamo Eclot is they have the experience. They have some good players in there which are more than capable of reading that and played on a very high level. And you can see that they're not able to do so anymore. VP.Prodigy can push, can get themselves the opener, but then if they go for that second kill, Dynamo Eclot is able to trade and probably string another one on there. And that really becomes a problem for VP.Prodigy at the moment, hence the reason why they're calling it that tactical timeout. If they lose another one, you're pulling back to an eco once more. Dynamo Eclot is up to 5-5 from the beginning point, being 5 in a row for VP.Prodigy. So that's a really tough situation you found yourself into. And for Dynamo Eclot, their own map pick that they're taking back in their own hands. They're taking matters into their own hands for that regard, because they needed that in the beginning, and their money is starting to ramble up nicely. They won't be broken anytime soon.
Yeah, that's absolutely stellar for Dynamo. Having that chunk of change is always useful. You can also see, accordingly, the odds have also shifted. Still though, VP.Prodigy being favored in this head-to-head ex-Dinizera. That's a nice pickup. It's the one thing I was talking about earlier. I want to see VP.Prodigy go for the aggressive plays, and on the back of it, perhaps even play it safe, and these positions on the A-bomb site stellar. I mean, it's so difficult for the T's to open up the A-bomb site because you have to look upwards, but in this case, for the VP.Prodigy having the initial frag and now playing safe on the A side, that's exactly what you want. Though, doesn't mean that there won't be any pressure.
Nope. Of course, he will try to find himself an opener, and you say it right. You were saying it before, Danny, here. The opportunity for the first kill, and then to fall back. That's exactly what VP.Prodigy has done, or hasn't done, rather, in the previous rounds. Now, they adapt well, trying to work their way through. Then Sarah went for the aggro peek, expecting that crease was right on the off angle. That is well played. A very good opener that will be found. Traded. Will do Nubik. He's going to try to run down, although the hold is there for the Venn dive. 4G in a tough stall to do. A great follow from Devushka. And that will be the 6th for VP.Prodigy. They're also allowed to take a round with them again. And this kill, man. You think you have this one. You think you have read this perfectly as a crease guy, but apparently not. You're still too slow.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the crosshair placement, it's perfect. You should be able to close that one out. But as we saw, VP.Prodigy, pretty good aimers. Expect that out of the Academy roster. And so, current scoreline 6-3. Solid stuff for VP.Prodigy. I think Dynamo Eclot will probe towards outside. That's something we haven't seen in a while, with the utility now being deployed. The 2 smokes, in fact. So for Kreas, looks like he's going to try and punish ex-Dinizera for the previous round, but oh no, he walks into his trap. Oh, look at this. It's all but a ruse. The main play is happening towards A, and ex-Dinizera once again gets a frag, a third one at that. Not being stopped by anyone so far. Dynamo Eclot have slowed down tremendously.
Yeah, great use of the timings there for Dinizera. Smoke will fade in main. You're going to try and re-clear it. And then Dieter missing some of his sprays, and that's going to be enough time that he has to get him off the angle. Now looking to go in for more. ex-Dinizera is done, and he finds himself 2 for the ace. All the players fall for Dynamo Eclot. And that's a 7th that you've just found. What an off angle again for ex-Dinizera. He thinks Kreas played that previous round. Now he's going to try to do exactly the same, and it works out phenomenally.
That is beautiful to see from VP.Prodigy, or in particular, Extenizera. I mean, the garage position is, well, probably one of the most powerful positions on Nuke, to be honest. It can have so much impact because you can be the person responsible for holding off outside, rotating towards A quickly, rotating towards B as well. Oh, that smoke grenade pops just a little bit later, but still, Extenizera poking around the outside. No way is he gonna push through the smoke. That'd be so risky. And no, looks like he will just allow the players to cross, but he should have given the information to his teammates. However, if we take a look at the minimap, so far, not a single defender on B.
Nope. That is something VP.Prodigy hasn't gone for just yet, but you would say, as soon as they start to realize this, Extenizera hasn't heard them cross towards Secret, but that doesn't mean they're not down. Nubik attempting to push towards outside. He's going to have a beautiful time in here. He's just waiting for the potential Secret cross while no one has gone down. I don't think VP.Prodigy nor Dynamo Eclot realize this is the case. Now they plan to bomb, because they realize they've left it all open. And VP.Prodigy making a small mistake for leaving the B side so exposed. And now we'll have to pay the price in terms of a 5 versus 4 retake. Nubik, important frag to find. He's not going to do so. Outside flank caught, and time to go for the retake now is VP.Prodigy, clearing all the angles with the up. The swing from the top side coming through from 4G. Look at the lineup more. The burst, the kills that are required. Not able to do so. Still out in the open. Oh, so awkward. Giving Blitz a chance as he's all that's left. Will not do a singular thing. But no one is going to have the time. No defuse is going to happen. And Dynamo Eclot, they might get away with murder here. But it's a very sweet one.
Well, that's a bit frustrating loss for VP.Prodigy. Considering the positioning of Extenizera, I am pretty sure he gave the call to his teammates that, guys, I mean, smokes haven't deployed, sure, but there has not been a single player going down Secret.
Yeah.
He must have thought that, okay, I haven't heard a single footstep. There's no way the players are going B. And on the back of it, VP.Prodigy believed Extenizera's info, and we saw from the minimap that in fact Dynamo Eclot have swiftly and quietly made their way down Secret, allowing them to get that post plant and still winning the round in a 5 versus 3 because VP.Prodigy had to waste so much time to get to the B bomb site in the first place. Oh, what's this?
Ooh, Nubik. Pretty good position over the vent. Then Ezera will have to step up, but he's going to be faced with some unknown surprise in Nubik. What a kill. 4G. He's going to try to run it down with the AK, but already on the side is Nubik entering his way through. Looking for a third. That's unable to be found. But at least 2 with Blitz helping. Side under control. In a 3 versus 2 that is now required to pick up something pushing through the smoke. Getting a 1-for-1. Again, is Blitz doing a lot of damage, and a step from the Wushka being hurt. The flank will be called. It's 4C with the final. Nil with the coffin. We started off with a 5-0 for VP.Prodigy. It looked like Dynamo Eclot was going to turn around, but they did to some extent. It's 7-5 while switching sides.
Yeah, Dynamo Eclot picking up those 5 rounds on the T side. I don't think they're going to be too dissatisfied with their track record. I'm sure they may have thought that we could pick up a few more rounds, and definitely by looking how some of the rounds played out, I thought so as well. There were great positions, great opportunities for Dynamo Eclot to secure at least a couple more rounds. But at the end of it all, 5 rounds, not too shabby. Now on the CT side, Dynamo Eclot hoping to pick up that pistol round victory. And on the back of it, I'm sure as heck they will be very happy with their CT side start.
Yeah, let's see if VP.Prodigy is going to be able to utilize that aim to their advantage. Might have themselves here been able to close out the rounds, and that was really a thing I feel like is required for the T side as well to do. Having the pressure on, you gotta be performing in those 1v1 moments as well. Something that VP.Prodigy did big time around in that first half. Let's see what Dynamo Eclot is gonna have to offer. Flash towards outside. No swing on top. Just trying to allow the peer pressure to happen. Kreese is going to be the one to jiggle. Now he's seen players that are dropping down. They're all going to run. Player already dropped with a dual Berettas up close. 2 pistols better than 1. Blitz getting help from Dieter. So that's 3 combined. They find themselves the double entry. The bomb going down B. Now getting spotted and taken away. Shady left himself to find himself in a 1 versus 3. Not gonna happen. The round will go to Dynamo Eclot. And as they pick up the pistol, Danny, it's looking very good for them all of a sudden.
That's the one thing they definitely wanted to have on their CT side start. And also, an important tidbit, when VP.Prodigy made their way down secret, the one big problem that can always arise for the T's, if they're simply not quick enough, the rotations can be devastating. Dynamo Eclot can still have players on the A bomb side, which means they can have someone coming down vents. And those players in the vents can cause a lot of damage, though they themselves might seem in a pretty weak position. However, their presence alone can threaten the round victory. Speaking of threats, though, look at Kreas go. MP9 in hand, doing some fine work, though. Gotta be careful there, buddy. Those Glocks and P250s in particular can still give you a headache.
Yeah, and they sure did. Leads to somebody from Dynamo Eclot. Kreas has dropped, but no cigar furthermore. 7-7. It's a tied up game once more for Dynamo Eclot. And that is great on their own epic, much required with an Ancient and an Anubis yet to come. This is a map that VP.Prodigy hadn't played in this season of Appolo just yet in this series. Same counted for Dynamo Eclot. Would say they have a little bit more experience on the map in overall of play. So that really gets us to a point where I feel like Dynamo Eclot is pretty happy to take this one. Otherwise, they're with their backs against the wall on that map of Ancient, which VP.Prodigy is a beast on.
Alright, Dynamo Eclot. Very important round for them to take. 4Z playing out here in Garage. Pretty good position, to be honest. A position that Sir Donk also plays at. Something. The AK-47 hoping that there might just be one player peeking out a secret. It is a great position to be in for the MP9, though. Problem is, you could still get very easily overwhelmed by the double peek. And look at this. Two-man setup from both teams, and finally the Galils come through, but it's the M4 even has to finish off the job. And now, Dynamo Eclot, a prime position. VP.Prodigy have been put in a awkward spot here, entering, well, perhaps towards A. But look at 4C. Oh no, he just dropped the bomb carrier. Dieter picks up a frag on Devushka, and this has to be the end for something.
Yeah, trying to find something here. That's what Dynamo Eclot does, so that's what something is trying to do. Funny way to say it, but that something has now turned into nothing. Dynamo Eclot has been able to find him. And 8 will be found on the board. Great fight towards the secret area. A double man there is a pretty good and refreshing tactic. Not expected, not anticipated. And so Dynamo Eclot, 3 in a row now. VP.Prodigy back to pistols. It is starting to fall apart for the Russians.
Got those pistols to move in quick, though. We could see a fast play from VP.Prodigy. Looks like they might be setting up for it, though. I wonder if Devushka... Okay, the man's just taking his sweet time. Finally, he's gonna join his buddies for what seemed like potential push here at the bomb site. There we go. Utility now deployed. Dieter doesn't see a damn thing, but Blitz still catches one. More players swarming the bomb site. Something picking up a frag. Nubik still responding. So even though the bomb site is in the hands of VP.Prodigy, there have been dealt some serious damage. Look at that. Lonesome something now remains in 1 versus 3. So many angles to check. And the double peak is just way too strong.
Yeah, great round again for Dynamo Eclot. VP.Prodigy trying something cheeky towards the inner side. Getting himself blown away, blown out of the water. 4 in a row now here on the CT side. And that same trick that is required to pick up the remaining 4 to win themselves the map. Yeah, it continues to show. The teams with, in general, the most experience might be a little rough inside of their group stages. Once we're in the playoffs, things are looking to be stabilized, although it's still far from over. Cusby is in a very unpredictable position. They're going to try to push into lobby. You'll definitely not see him there on top of the team roof. Try to fight again. Gotta be careful from above. And Forsey isn't showing. He's trying to get himself the fight, but that is rough. Shady able to take him away. A very interesting fight that he took. Managed to come out victorious. Make it 2 for Daitor. And that's the bomb as well. Daitor can still hold on for more. But he's not going to deliver for a third. A site is under compression. As VP.Prodigy has that one contested fairly well.
That's the one big problem with the A play. If you go in lobby as a CT, you can lose your players very quickly, and then the A bomb site is open for business. As for Dynamo Eclot, well, still a doable round, a 3 versus 2 retake. All they gotta do right now is just wait for the smokes to fade, and then they can pounce. They can have their players in some good positions as well. From the heavens they shall go. Shady. Oh, picking up the frag here on Blitz. Nubik and Kreese, it's time for them to reveal their positions, but something, he's playing this one smart. He's not allowing himself to peek, and finally, he moves in to seal the deal. Perfectly played by something. Surely there was not a lot of time remaining, so Dynamo Eclot desperately hoping to find, well, something, or in that case, the player something, and they successfully achieve so.
What a play. Daitor having himself a little barrage, but after that, a 3 versus 3 was accomplished. The retake looked promising, but the main site planned gave a sour taste to Dynamo Eclot in that round 17. Fight for both teams a little bit shattered, so although VP.Prodigy were still able to come out victorious, still having some Mech 10s in this round will not make things easier. For the Russians here, they're trying to go for an A split, because Mi is going to try to drop into main, doing a little twisty style in a major final. But then here in the Appolo series, MP9 up close, just good for the 1. 1-for-1 trades to take control. Dynamo Eclot tries to hold on firm, unable to do so. Forsey been seen, almost taken away by something, but missed the shot, now getting taken away. Bomb has to get picked up, and Dennis Vera might want to try and drop down into the B side, but I don't think he will be successful in that account. Trying to go for another here with the Mech 10. He's doing it all with the Mech 10, but still has to find the remaining pieces of the pie. Won't do so. Nubik and Forsey playing together and winning the round for the Czechian team. Double digits now found on the board, and this shot, this could have brought them back in, but no cigar for him.
Yeah, just look at the crosshair placement. It felt like it should have landed there. That's one of those scenarios where having the high ground does have its disadvantage, because the first part of your body that will be visible is in fact your head. However, you do have to land that headshot. And as we saw, it's not always that simple.
Nope, it isn't. I mean, in Fortnite we say eye of the high ground, in CS it's eye of the low ground, which is going to be very, very great to have, but yeah, at the moment, Dynamo Eclot have the high ground in this game, which is clearly something that is beneficial to them. Trying to go for a 11th round, and Shady had been seen. Blitz taken a little bit long to shoot. I think he would have liked to get that kill a little earlier, yet now he might pay his price, which is his life. Dynamo Eclot stabilizes, but that could have been 5 players alive. Now it's only 4.
Yeah, we saw the attempt at a push here from VP.Prodigy. It's so difficult to enter the A bomb site without the proper utility, weaponry, and all that jazz. So right now the scoreline is 11-8. Things are looking very solid for Dynamo Eclot. Especially here, we have the AWP in the hands of Forsey. Meanwhile, VP.Prodigy looks like going outside as part of the agenda. Look at this though, Forsey with the aggressive play. Support as well. I'm loving the positioning from Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, and this is something a little new, of course, a little fancy. Usually you got a player in secret, now behind that Nico box. Having a player go down secret as well, so they're fully investing into outside. This could mean VP.Prodigy can take A side freely, but it seems like they want to attempt outside, which is exactly where Dynamo Eclot is positioned. This only looks to be better now that you look at it.
Oh man, Krez positioning. It's so strong, and he's yet to reveal himself. This is perfect. He could at least pick up a frag on 1. There we go, finally pounces. Now the game is known, and something will pick up 1, but a lot of trade frags outside, and Nubik will choose the safety of Secret. Goes down the cave, but no. Instead, uses his buddy Forsey. prime position. Oh, how does he miss that shot? That could have been massive. And Forsey moves in through the flames. Careful there, bud. And right now, VP.Prodigy have somehow walked past through all of the lines of defense to move in the A-bomb site. That's a perfect nade, but nothing has been found.
Not yet to kill. A troublesome spot as Forsey will walk in to clear Devushka. That's a beautiful shot. All down to Shady. A 1 versus 2. From the heavens. The offer that's walking out. Forsey now seen. Shady known. 6 bullets left in the clip. Has to go for a reload. Well, he's gonna have to wait for them to get to the site. A smoke used. Shady that's walking through the door trying to swing. A good flash will catch Nubik off guard, but the diffuse comes through. He's gonna win out the fight. And it's like history repeats itself from the door. Retake that comes through once again. But this could have been way more from Kreyas. That's where it all started with. VP.Prodigy still in the game. But it could have been a whole lot different seeing these highlights roll by.
And a problem as well, Forsey, it looked like he's got it. I mean, the man's got a defuse kit. So it's only 5 seconds. All he needed was just those 5 seconds and that could have been it. But as we saw, yeah, the positioning from Orange, you can see how much damage ET player can do just playing around with the CTs and Dynamo Eclot. That is such a difficult round to lose. That could have been theirs. And I'm sure as heck that Forsey will be blaming himself for that miss op shot. But yeah, you have to continue playing Dynamo Eclot. You still have a great chance to close things out here on map number 1. Though, I see the possibility where they might concede this round, and well, if they do, an Eco will follow suit, and 11-11. That is going to be very tight.
Yeah, you really don't want to lose this if you're Dynamo Eclot. The smoke will be naded open. Kreyas is not going to peek right on top, but that is something you can expect because of that nade play to be in account. VP.Prodigy choosing to go down secret again. We've seen that work out mainly for Dynamo Eclot by going so incredibly slow. No rotations were previously called by the team of VP.Prodigy. Now they do it themselves. Push towards lobby from Blitz. He's not going to spot anything out. But he does know there might have been one. Devushka getting himself that kill earlier. So you realize there was initially someone there. Now Forsey need to step up. But he gets taken away. What a read from something. And so they drop down and make Dynamo Eclot save what they have.
Yeah, it's all about saving guns at this point. Though Blitz manages to pick up one, we can see that Dynamo Eclot will simply back away from this one. They don't want to be anywhere near the B-bomb site. Nubik, rightfully so, will back away, and VP.Prodigy successfully deal with the shot investment from Dynamo Eclot without going into too many engagements as well, because you may never know what kind of investment the CTs could have gone for. Right now, with them getting just a little bit closer at evening up the scoreline, I think there could be some pressure mounting on Dynamo Eclot. Luckily for them, though, looks like free rifles will be kept, so they might just be as dangerous as in the previous round. But the problem is, breathing room is running low. They're going to have to make some impressive setups to make it work.
Yeah. It will be tough, and you can already see how ready VP.Prodigy is. For example, this fight towards outside, that's crazy. Forsey in a prime position to somewhat equalize, somewhat make it a doable round for Dynamo Eclot, but now they lose everything, and they're going to be buying up with MP9s and the rifles that they've saved in order to have something going for them in this round. Losing it, and you might lose a whole lot more. Maybe they're not even going to go for that full investment just so they can save up. But that opens up the door for VP.Prodigy even more to go for 11. So I don't know what they're going to do. I feel like Dieter is at least going to buy up a pistol here for sure. The fact that Forsey will then have just a USP is fine. But you got to do whatever you can in order to continue on in this game. For Dynamo Eclot to have a little bit of cash going for that round 23 at least that's going to come up. I hope so for them, because this will be a tough round nevertheless. You might be conceding 11-11, and then the real pressure will be on, because then, with a single around for VP.Prodigy, they could be a match point all of a sudden.
That is a dangerous prospect for sure. Right now, Dynamo Eclot not considering to put all their hopes in round number 22. I mean, they can still have those players with the 5-7s, and we know those 5-7s can be very powerful on certain areas of the map, especially if you're playing, say, as a CT on Hut, overlooking, well, either the Hut entrance or, say, Orange. Reyes, though, taking a very proactive position in this round, and on the back of it, a first kill. He could use the smoke to his advantage to back away to safety. However, Dynamo is aware of it. Blitz! Uh-oh. This is not looking good for Dynamo. Dynamo sees the player. Perfect timing. And now it's time to move in towards B. If you're a VP.Prodigy, no need to, well, contemplate this too much. You got yourself a proper 2-man advantage. So all you have to do right now is just regroup and take one of the bomb sites.
Yeah. And it looks like Dynamo will try to open up towards the B site to make that be a possibility. While Nubik on A might be the one to get challenged. They're walking away. Eclot needing to win this round here. While Devushka jiggling. Going to be taken away. Now you know where one of them is. Nubik is trying to fall away towards the course of that A site. And so does VP.Prodigy. They know where one of them is. So going down into the B site seems like the unknown threat, knowing that Nubik is on A. Can just fight against him. And that's exactly what they do. They get the kill. Knowing that there was one guy right there. And that is more safe than to go into the unknown and untouched waters of the B site. VP.Prodigy is looking to take themselves 11, while Eclot is starting to lose some of that prowess. And will have one more chance to stop VP.Prodigy from having a match point.
Yeah, because you're not expecting too much out of Dynamo Eclot anymore in this round, to say the least. I want to see their proper investment, and I kind of like what Kraz was doing there towards outside. It's a shame that his buddy, I don't remember who it was, I think it might have been Blitz, somehow gets find out towards the rooftop. And I thought that surely with Kraz picking up the one frag, Blitz will still have enough to cover his teammate. Sadly, though, looks like if they want to fight for some outside control, Dynamo Eclot will have to put more bodies. But if you put more bodies towards the outside area, there could be just only one or maybe two defenders towards A. Though, maybe it's not that bad of an idea. If we've noticed throughout the entirety of the second half, one thing is that we've barely seen the players of VP.Prodigy going towards ramp. That just seems to be one area of the map they have simply not contested yet.
Okay, and maybe two there and have a little bit of an aggression or instantly drop a player down. That's going to go, yep, that's exactly what happened. That's going to go towards outside. That will be 4G. I feel like Dynamo Eclot, they need to regroup towards outside to take that control early in the round. Right now, VP.Prodigy is contesting a lot more towards lobby, but they have towards outside more often. So you're going to need that secret. You're going to need that Krayos, for example, in a prime position there next to the red box. Those are all possibilities to work with. And I totally get what you're saying here, Danny, that if ramp doesn't get challenged, you gotta have some more players towards A and outside. And have the ramp guy maybe play a little proactive or go for some ramp play with two. Make them go aggressive. And try to force some of the players for VP.Prodigy to be in a very awkward spot. A minute left on the clock. And outside, that will be the point of interest for VP.Prodigy.
Once again, it seems like this has been the area of the map they found quite a lot of success when it comes to entries or just from here on out going down secret or even down into mini. But right now, 40 seconds left in the clock, and by the looks of things, it seems like it's going to be just going down secret once again, slowly but surely, clearing out all the angles, being very thorough about it, and they're yet to reveal their position. However, Dynamo picks up the frag on one, 4C goes down, but now they know Dynamo Eclot is aware this is the B play. However, not a single player on the bomb site itself that will allow bomb plant. Dynamo Eclot, the retake, oh man, 3 versus 4 on the lower bomb site. I don't see it happening.
No, and they're going to concede match point there at the moment. They really want to save for that final round of play. VP.Prodigy on the brink of showing off and taking their opponent's map pick out of their hands. The map that we thought Dynamo Eclot was going to be so good on compared to the Ancient and Anubis, which are their most standard maps that we see Aurora Youngblood and VP.Prodigy play. It's going to be very, very tough for Dynamo Eclot to have a good showing after a rough first map loss. They're gonna try to contest here. Will they lose, or will they have themselves some weapons saved? Apparently, Daitor will try. And he stays alive with nobody for VP.Prodigy doing so. That's 1 AK. But it might not access you into a full buy. They're gonna have MP9s. They're gonna have 4G on a glass cannon up. This is a very tough build to swallow for Dynamo Eclot. Good luck with your 2 MP9s. That is required. But that are requiring you to win this round. With these limited weapons.
Yeah, weaponry is very limited for Dynamo Eclot. And I'm not sure if they will have the confidence to go for the aggressive plays here. Perhaps it's just back to the good old-fashioned default setup. Forsey, though, will take a unusual angle with the AWP. Looks like he will just consider playing towards secret. Maybe even up close by the looks of things. So not even looking what's happening towards outside. Though info should be coming in. There's some fluffy smokes outside. And also some dangerous Molotovs being deployed. And it's going to come down to Forsey whether he can hold the line right now.
Ready. And waiting. Sarah can be taken away. Entry for Forsey. Glass cannon up, but still an up it is. Fired like a cannon. But the chance to be taken away very quickly, as in the glass. 50 seconds. Oh, Forsey lining up another. Shady allowed to find Kreas, which is usually the outside player, so now you have full space to go for with Devushka trying to walk his way in towards the A site. Gonna fight against Daitor, wins it out. The trade is there for Blitz. He goes re-aggressing. He goes fishing with the MP9. Knows that is a weapon used on close ranges. And uses it to perfection. Now taking lobby control with a player moving in a little closer in Shady, but from the flank, something is trying to make his way up. Up on the box he goes. The swing from Shady is too good. Of course there's a trade. Nubik has a chance, but a 1 versus 1 to either win the map or lose it all. Is he gonna drop? He won't have time. He's gonna have to go for an A plant. Might be faking it out. Something walks into the crosshair of Forsey, and he wins the round. Started off with no armor, but 3 kills and the win for Forsey the Beast.
A beautiful play from Forsey. You could see that he uses the fact that he doesn't have armor to his advantage. Instead of going for some, really ballsy plays, he goes in for the angles that are very tight. In which, if he lands the shot, he finds himself yet another angle, using the wall to his advantage, basically as cover. And so Dynamo Eclot, that allowed him to secure the 2 early frags, and though things get a little bit feisty there in the end, we do get to see a victory out of the CT. So yeah, overtime will be played out. I gotta say though, both teams are looking pretty solid, and I was a bit surprised that the guys here from VP.Prodigy found so much success on the T side, but it does have to be given to some of the individuals like Shady, like something. Those guys, picking up those clutches on the T side, that meant everything for VP.Prodigy, because when they failed to pick up, the gun rounds early on, it would be those individuals that managed to close things out on the clutches.
Now we're only gonna have full buys going for us, so this is where Dynamo Eclot in the end seemed to have shined on. But we're yet to find out how that will be. Round 25 to be played. Who's gonna start things off great? Both teams having a 7-5 half on the CT side, so it should be the CT side favored a little bit. But to what extent? Will it be just 2 1s on the CT side, or is there gonna be an instant 3-0 coming? Or maybe even a T side that's going to be able to break. It's only a 10,000 overtime, so that really makes sense as well. Forsey wasn't checking towards the silo position. And that will be Denizera instantly finding himself an opener. And the AWP, one of the most impressive weapons to have here on Nuke outside. To be chipped away right before the round even starts. Make it 2 as Daitor falls towards A. A side for VP.Prodigy under contention. So outside, Blitz goes unchecked, so he might be able to find himself a lineup for 2 or maybe 3. Oh, Blitz still not checked. Lines up 2, not a 3rd. Still the man advantage for VP.Prodigy. Blitz could have waited even longer. But not to be. 2 players standing for Dynamo Eclot. They're starting to lose some of that momentum here on the CT side.
Oh, you say it. But look at this, Nubik. A massive frag now being picked up, and he's hearing the intel. He knows what's happening. Players on the other side, but it's Denizera to secure the frag now. Lonesome Crash. Oh no, look at the timing. Look at it. It's perfect. Still, though, the spray doesn't connect. And Eggs Denizera secures the victory. And look at Blitz here. I mean, you have to admit, he played this one really well because it's always a difficult game. You might be seeing the one player coming up here, a second guy also in front of you, and you're thinking, should I wait for more? Could there be more players coming their way? But there's still always the chance that someone might just check that left side, right? Might just see some sort of, wait a minute, that's some sort of question mark on my minimap. What is that? And so you're always gambling in that position, and sometimes you just gotta go in for the kill when you feel it's right.
It's Nubik that will try and work his way out. It's something falling. 5 versus 4. It is a good advantage that Dynamo Eclot has found. Daitor taking down Shady. Double man advantage that has been found for Dynamo Eclot. Nubik falling away. This is what happened prior to it with VP.Prodigy getting a double. Things could still be dropping down, but Nubik is holding on tight, re-aggressing into ramp, and makes it work fantastically. A minute left on the clock with a chance for Dynamo Eclot to work things out and get things going. While Dynamo Eclot themselves are starting to get themselves in a very sweet spot. Player up close, 4G ready to swing at any given time, spotting out the barrel. Another kill found and another second. Wow, what a kill from Dieter there to finish it off. A flawless round for Dynamo Eclot.
Solid stuff. Dieter picking up those last few frags, and VP.Prodigy looked like they didn't really have a game plan heading into this one. Looked like they were just hoping on the back of some defaults, picking up some early frags, and they might find some success. But as we saw, the two openers went the way of Dynamo Eclot. So maybe this time, once again, it's going to come down to outside, and they're going to make sure not a single CT can get up close to Silo, as we saw in the previous round. Here, though, smoke's now being deployed to create a wall, whereas 4Z, okay, there we go, with the AWP, could find something useful, but it is a dangerous game, playing right next to the smoke grenades. It can cause some distress here for Kreese, especially if the smoke will begin to fade. I'm not sure if he can find the play. Okay, he's going to go proactive. Though the smokes are beginning to fade, the problem is that the players have made their way down secret. They don't really have the information about it, but they do have a lot of information at lobby. And Dvushka, of course, he does not hear a damn thing.
Dvushka, as he doesn't hear something, could be meaning they're going to be able to walk their way back up A, but Blitz is in a very advanced position. And with that kill, that only sells the point more to try and walk B, but control for Dynamo Eclot is there. With a few more. 4C getting a kill through the wall. It's something falling. The execute that will be coming through. Shady might be seen onto 4Z. He's going to be waiting for the swing to come through. Cusme with a double. Taken down through the smoke. And it's 20 seconds for VP.Prodigy to pull something out of the hat. Pull something out of nothing. Attack 9 won't do the drop. The magic trick not found. It's 14 for Dynamo Eclot.
Not a bad scoreline for Dynamo Eclot. I'm sure they'll be happy with the 2 rounds on the CT side. But yeah, returning back to that previous round and how it ended, that was actually a nice advanced maneuver from Dynamo Eclot. Yes, they see a lot of smokes being deployed towards outside, and instead of focusing all their manpower to try and refight for some of that outside control, they consider, you know what, let's just go inside lobby. Let's just go inside lobby, and if there's not going to be a single player here, then this has to be the B play, because it was about 40-ish, I believe, seconds, 40-ish, 50-ish seconds, and at that point, if you're the CT and you clear out lobby, then you know it is going to be the B play, so you can just simply walk your way towards the B bomb side, down in ramp, and see all those players coming in from secret. So I got to say, though, positioning was really nice from Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, it's played well, ultimately. 2 more to go, right, for the Czechian team. With them trying to do as much as possible. There will be a double upset about. And Usually, they did have some struggles with finding control towards the A side, but now Forgy will try something alternative. Runs out for more. Oh, Forgy with the second. That's how you break open the A side. And goodbye, VP.Prodigy, in round 28. You won't be having any chance of staying. What a play. And that's what Forgy is known for. He usually is the operator that has so much intel, but when things don't go well, sometimes he cannot get things going. This time around, it looked like it was going to be one of those games, but stabilized to a very good extent. Now 25 kills. Be careful though, because there is still a double trade back for VP.Prodigy and a player that has control over lobby in something. Halfway down in the bomb timer. And VP.Prodigy that are still going to have a very rough time taking this. Looking for a swing is Blitz, trying to find something. Looking for the kill, he will. And now, running away will be VP.Prodigy. It is match point for Dynamo Eclot. While being down 12-11. Having to fight back after a match point. They now have 2 of their own.
I mean, Blitz in that position had to play, what, sideways limbo? There's a bullet coming in. You gotta move to the right. Then I gotta return back. Another bullet. Okay, moving back to the right side. And he played that one really well, but the star of that round, 4C, absolutely. I mean, sometimes you just gotta feel it. As an opper, if you feel that, okay, I got this first kill and I can go for more, and if you've got the confidence to hit your shots, this is exactly what could happen. Dynamo Eclot, praise to 4C, but not sure if he can repeat the same level of success this time around. It could be just a little bit more difficult, as Dynamo Eclot can be happy with how having 15 rounds, but it's not the end just yet here for VP.Prodigy.
No, it clearly isn't. They're here to fight. Although there will be a nice A exec that could be turning into a fake. One from main coming to flank around. It's Grease that drops into a site, gets himself the opener. He breaks the backs of VP.Prodigy and tries to go for more. Everyone falls flat. And that's how you secure a site. A great flank from main. And Something and Kusmi gonna have to win a 2 versus 5 to keep themselves in the game. Make it a 1 versus 5. And I wish Something good luck with this retake.
I mean, he's gonna try, but let's be real. The 1 versus 5, no way he's gonna pull it off, and that is exactly how we end our first map. Took us to overtime to eventually close things out here. Successful stuff here from Dynamo Eclot, looking very solid there on overtime, and well, apart from some mistakes being made on that second half on the CT side, you know, allowing VP.Prodigy players to put themselves in the 1v2 situations and then actually winning them. All things considering, Dynamo Eclot did show us some good CS on that second half, as well as on the CT side of overtime.
Yeah, it was a really great game from Dynamo Eclot, picking up their own map pick on the brinks of almost losing it out. What a game. We need some rest. You will get some rest. We'll have Ancient come in after the break, so be sure to stick around. A quick comeback that was secured by Dynamo Eclot. They're the ones to come out victorious out of that first map with winning their own map pick. They are already starting to get a grip and a glance of this best of 3 going their way. We're still in the upper bracket, of course. We're still here with Eclot versus VP.Prodigy. VP.Prodigy, of course, Prodigy. I was going to say their full name. VP.Prodigy playing here. And we're going to have an Ancient to come up next. Yeah, this is what it is. The semi-finals upper bracket, Danny. We're going to see who's going to move in towards that final against Aurora Youngblood. And then a chance to go to that grand final to have a chunk of the prize money.
For sure, and I mean, considering that this is still an upper bracket matchup, worst case scenario, you end up losing here, no worries. You can still bounce back in the lower bracket. But yeah, right now we got to talk about the important bits, and that is the fact that Eclot have secured the first map pick of their on Nuke. So now we're jumping into the second map, which is the map pick of VP.Prodigy Ancient. We're going to see some exotic sights, and well, Dynamo Eclot, perhaps nothing too exotic, considering their setup looks like it might just be a good old-fashioned B play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I thought if VP.Prodigy take this, we would have a whole debate about, oh, this could be a good 2-0, considering VP.Prodigy is good on this map. But now that Dynamo Eclot has picked it up, that is not a debate we're going to have. We're going to have a debate if Dynamo Eclot is good enough to take this one in a 2-0, and if they can continue having the momentum brought into this map, which seems like it might as well just be. It's all down to a 3 versus 3, with the bomb getting planted on that B side. Well, the team still have to be swapped over. VP.Prodigy is in fact on that T side, with now planting the bomb. It's Dynamo Eclot, which are looking for the retake. Grease has been able to do so, gets himself a second. 2 pistols, better than 1, just Shady remaining. Who's trying to get himself into some shady business, considering he wants to win this round and steal it away from VP.Prodigy. Or Dynamo Eclot, rather. I'm not getting confused now.
Don't worry, things are pretty obvious now. VP.Prodigy have secured the round. Nice way to kick things off there.
Dynamo Eclot have won the round.
Oh no,
that's the most confusing part.
Oh, that was the confusing part. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you're right about it. It's a situation which, yeah, the CT side here, Dynamo Eclot, did a fantastic job there. You see, that's the problem. I wanted to say have a nice rhyme, and it was a nice rhyme, but it still wasn't a correct one. So I'm at fault. I'll give you that. So right now we could actually take a look at the odds here provided by GGBet. Of course, the favorites heading into this one, still Dynamo Eclot being favored quite heavily, but I don't think you should be counting out the boys of VP.Prodigy, considering this is their map pick. I'm excited to see what they can come up with. And early on, mid-presence with the MP9 of all weapons, well, perhaps a dangerous task. Maybe you need someone like Nubik with the M4A with S. Oh, there we go. He's feeling the pressure, and he will consider to back away towards Cheetah, or no, will go in for the fight, but goes down.
Yeah, rough fight to take. 4 versus 4. Look at that control from Dynamo Eclot on middle. Teams have now been swapped over. This is a force buy for VP.Prodigy. So considering they're not looking to win it, might be dangerous, to say the least. And surviving with 3 will add a cherry on top for Dynamo Eclot. What a round to find in what a moment.
Not a shabby investment from VP.Prodigy in the previous round, and still they didn't manage to make it work. So back to pistols it is. Gotta make sure to maybe get a kill here or there. That would be the best possible scenario. But yeah, Dynamo Eclot so far so good. I'm sure that yeah, having Nubik in middle with the M4A1S is a much more, well, suited weapon for the task at hand. Whereas VP.Prodigy will keep things relatively simple. Have a couple flashbangs on the exit, whereas Dieter is the lonesome player on A.
He is ready and waiting. Dieter, definitely a player you want to have in this position. Not good for more than a little bit of damage. And so, starting to become a little paranoid. Blitz is arriving. And surely he's going to be able to find that success. Managed to find the double and the third in the end. Lifesaver Blitz is there to give some extra oxygen to Dynamo Eclot. With VP.Prodigy trying to scoop it away from them this time around. They have a buy again. But Dynamo Eclot have had the setups throughout this game so far.
Yeah, setups have been looking nice for Dynamo Eclot here as well. A very interesting setup. Nubik, the mid defender, and also Dieter joining him alongside, meaning the A bomb site is completely open. And Dynamo, not having a single player there could be dangerous, but they just want to play on the retake by the looks of it. Because the smoke's now being deployed. They will have the information that this is, in fact, the A play. However, Dieter and Nubik can still cause some havoc from Donut. Okay there, Krias. Lucky star, sure, but great way to kick things off. Bomb being planted in the open position, and VP.Prodigy will continue fighting as well. Look at something. Nice frag there on Nubik. The retake is on. Kraz now moves in alongside Dieter. Cosme, they're in Temple, waiting for his chance to strike, but the CTs, they have to wait for the smokes to fade, and only then can they start their advancement. But will it be necessary? Because Shady has already found 2. Yes, 4Z with 1. More players to be found. Shady in. Okay, that's a nice one. Looking down towards Cosme. 4C in the 1v1. Still has just a little bit more time, but he misses the shot. Oh no, this will be the end of 4C and the end of Dynamo's streak.
3 in a row will be broken. And again, it is 4G to miss an amazingly doable op shot in that round. A great spray, of course, to start things off, but it was not enough. Shady had the opportunity to find a third, and he sure did. Absolute massive damage done from the youngster, and a buy for Dynamo Eclot that will come up to follow. 4G on the op, the Deagles around it, they're gonna go for that buy, which makes total sense, considering you have that double eco coming next. VP.Prodigy starting to wrap up and go for an A play here. They will set up with all the util. We're trying to get ourselves an execute in. Eclot ready and waiting. Daitor with the Deagle. Nubik joining him there twice, maybe 3 times in a row already. We've seen the A play coming from Donut, where the CTs are trying to hold on this time. But success from Daitor, not anything more. Side under control, and maybe 4G would be better off saving the op in this moment.
Yeah, perhaps. It's looking like the wise choice. Especially now, 4C not having a lot of HP. So VP.Prodigy will get that bomb planted. And luckily for them, Eclot don't want to be a part of this round whatsoever. I mean, from the get-go, they had a pretty difficult start. Having the 1 sniper rifle and also the other players basically on pistols. Yeah, that's a very difficult round to try and contest in. Still though, maintaining the same setup from the previous round, neglecting the A-bomb side defense, only having the players for Donut on the retake, but the problem is, you can't really retake if you end up losing a few players early on, so Dynamo Eclot will have to conceive this one, allowing VP.Prodigy to secure yet another round, and perhaps even a third one. Kraz, though, making things a bit more expensive for Prodigy. But don't worry, they have secured their second round regardless.
Yeah, good round taken. Of course, now you're forced down to an eco if you are Dynamo Eclot, which is going to be a little awkward. And yeah, VP.Prodigy choosing A 3 times in a row. 2 out of 3 were successful, with the final 2 being the successful ones. They've clearly found themselves the mark, or clearly found the way to break the Dynamo Eclot squad a little bit more. Well, right now, Dynamo Eclot thinks they are going to choose something else. So they're setting up for a B play, which is where VP.Prodigy seems to be going for. So that could be interesting. A boost towards the ramp site that's caught Shady off guard to find himself down to 10 points of health. And a flash to take control. There are fights. There is damage. There also is a kill and a trade frag. With Shady still down to 10 points of health. He's not going to be find himself falling. Will get 4C off the angle, and Kreese is trying to recover up the pieces. Nothing that will come from Dynamo Eclot other than Daitor having a small opportunity. Been provided as well by Devushka. And as he smokes it off, Daitor knows they're going B, but he also knows one of them might still be low, so this is actually pretty doable still for the check-in.
Oh, it does go down eventually. But yeah, that was a nice push. It didn't look like VP.Prodigy were aware of it, that it could even be a possibility, but they should have read the money, that the money was not looking good for Eclot. Either way though, the scoreline has been even up, and this time, real investment from Dynamo Eclot. the M4 Vanessas, some utility to work with, though not a lot. Though this will be still a good opportunity for Nubik to hold some of that mid control, but as you can see, the early Molotovs as well as smokes have been deployed, and towards Cheetah, Blitz will burn. So for VP.Prodigy, a lot of map presence early on.
And that seems to be the name of the game for them. Dynamo Eclot playing with very little after the pistol and the follow-up. Probably on that T side things will be a little bit easier for the Czechians, but to be honest, right now things are starting to become a little bit problematic. Good kill from Kreese that has been found. He's looking for a second. Been able to do so. The flash on the side is allowing some vision for Forzy to fade, but once he has it back, he's looking to go for a third. Not successful. Down to 8 is Kuzmi with the bomb that does in fact go down. Shady trying to recover up the pieces with the round that could still be won. The nade is good, but the kill is not. Shady not falling yet again. And up close with the USB, trying to swing right on top. Shady not standing anymore. And a chance now for the retake. Jumping around, knows where Kuzmi is. Daitor looking to swing! Oh! He's not winning the round! Kuzmi was down to 8 points of health. But Daitor doesn't get it going. And 4 will be found for VP.Prodigy.
That looked like a very solid round for Eclot. Daitor coming in here with the USPS and Lonesome Kuzmi on just 8 points of health and still not enough. Oh man, VP.Prodigy have come here to play on Ancient. That's nice to see. Dynamo Eclot finally facing some fierce resistance. And on a round like this, I mean, yeah, you're not expecting much out of Eclot. Just some pistols being invested, but VP.Prodigy, I mean, in comparison with some of the previous rounds where they had to play against pistols, I'm loving the fact that this time around, the players have grouped up. Every single guy has a buddy, something perhaps not so much, but he is watching a long angle, so he does have the AK-47 as his trusted friend, and that could be enough to secure a round win, but still, you can't just be playing it safe. As VP.Prodigy, you have to make some moves, and the moves are being made towards middle.
So, 2 players walking, Blitz, 1 for 1, Venezuela with the double himself, as we are looking at a round that could very well be taken here by VP.Prodigy, allowed to run up towards the B side. Well, Daitor is trying to find an AK. He really wants to get himself a piece and then just run away, but that one will have to make the cross for it. Getting the AK now, even the up he has in his possession. Molly to make a little play. Nubik walking right into the crosshair. Getting the round for VP.Prodigy once more. 3 players standing. And again, 4x4 Dynamo Eclot will now be coming through. And that's why they're calling in that tactical timeout. They want to be fully prepared for what's about to come.
Yeah, and one area of the map that I think is causing them some stress, or at least will cause some stress, could be in fact middle. Yes, we saw VP.Prodigy finding some success towards the A bomb site, picking up some crucial rounds, as well as on B, but a lot of fights will continue happening towards mid, because fighting for mid control in Ancient is crucial. And I wouldn't be surprised if Dynamo Eclot will put some more resources on that area of the map, and having Forcy on the 8WP is a nice little bonus. Speaking of which though, GGBet, sponsor of our event, have the odds here for the best of 3 winner, which is still looking likely it's going to be Eclot. The odds are favoring them, but all things considering, VP.Prodigy doesn't seem like a team that will be given up that easily, at least not here on the second map.
No, clearly not, and they still got their CT side going. I feel like the odds are mainly there in the favor of Dynamo so far, is the fact that they can still come back on the CT side and that they still have the T side going for them. I feel like on this CT side it's much harder to play against VP.Prodigy than, for example, with VP.Prodigy playing that aggressive style on the CT side, because then Dynamo Eclot is the one that can decide, right? They're the ones that can decide where to go and can divide the pace. And that is something I feel like is going to be much needed for them to get the grip in this game. And you need Forcy to get back online. He misses some of his shots, although he's already on 8. He could have had like 10 or maybe even 20 in this game.
Not a bad showing from Dieter. Zinizera as well, finding a kill of his own. Oh, with smoke being broken.
Oh!
Thought it might be a kill, but Kraz, in fact, he's the one to find a frag, and Forzy looks for his ex-Zinizera. So many players shooting him at all sides. And now all up to Glushka. He's a bit too late to the party, and no guests will be allowed. So Dynamo picking up that 4th round. And I've got to say, though, I was thinking that a lot of this is going to come down to middle, but once again, it was an A push from VP.Prodigy, but this time, the rotations were swift from Dynamo Eclot. VP.Prodigy were not capable of planting the bomb quick enough, and well, that's a round for the taking. A pretty solid victory for Eclot.
Yeah, well done for the Eclot side. Let's see how much further things can be taken. Because in fact, got ourselves the ARP and all the weapons, of course, that are in play. Dynamo Eclot could be taking down VP.Prodigy to an eco if they continue on to win some of those rounds. And as I said, that's where the odds might have been shifted. Dynamo Eclot can still come back and still have that T side yet to come. There goes Shady. First, straight off the bat, finding himself a disadvantageous position. With the retake that could be needed to trying to retake over towards ramp. Blitz trying to find himself the headshot, will not do so. It is in fact the man advantage found for Dynamo Eclot with the Nazera up close in the smoke. The smoke will soon fade, but Forshi is going to miss the fight. Ooh. Bringing it back is VP.Prodigy.
Look at something. Oh, misses the shot with the AWP,
Nate.
but doesn't survive the nade attack. Thought is gonna get him. Kraz, though, once again holding the long angle, but now their positions are compromised. 2 players remain here. They're so low on HP, but something. Can he make it work? Yes, he does. And Xdenizera as well. So low on HP, but VP.Prodigy still make it work. And we can saw that initially, I mean, things were looking up for them, but what the hell? 4C with the AWP. Loses the fight against something. And look at here as well. Xdenizera aware of the player with the off angle. And Dynamo Eclot, well, that is a round you don't want to lose. And I thought that they might be taking a timeout. But I'm not sure if the timeout is over already or just it went past so quickly.
I think it was a technical one that they instantly were doing to stop it. There were no technical issues. So hopefully that is the case, because that would be a little troublesome as well for themselves. Damage will be done. Previously had to face some technical issues in this tournament now. So hope that's not the case. Also for the sake of the teams, we're seeing some good Counter-Strike. We want to continue seeing so. Nade will be booming open the smoke. Gonna catch something off guard, so that's the bomb falling. Man advantage still in play for VP.Prodigy while they have taken the B site. A retake attempt for Dynamo coming up soon.
Bushka in the prime position. Not even checked. 4C. Left behind lonesome. Uh-oh. The wraparound as well. Oh no, 4C. You can't retreat from here. The only way you're going is down. That is another round for VP.Prodigy's 7th one on the T side. And I've got to say, though, I mean, we saw the setup from Dynamo. I'm a bit worried because we saw some players going for ballsy maneuvers without any sort of backup, and it just did not go their way. And this is, well, the final round of the first half, and currently with Dynamo Eclot sitting on 4 rounds on the CD side of Ancient. I don't know, man. That's not good enough. Oh.
Ooh, Shady. Walking away. 48 points of health that are remaining. Well, he's found himself a man advantage. I would say that's a pretty good trade. Taking back the ramp is Dynamo Eclot, but that might allow VP.Prodigy to move elsewhere. As no one from Dynamo Eclot is towards the A side just yet. Where will Eclot be heading? They're all going to start rotating over while the bomb is still towards B. I would say VP.Prodigy is going to go for a little fake somewhere. It seems like it will be just a fake towards B. And eventually a push towards the A side of things. Nubik there. Freeze joining him on it still. They're trying to take control. They're trying to start swinging. Shady is already posted up on an angle. Shady is already prepared for this. And is going to line up one with it. Something with a second. And that's A broken open. Dynamo Eclot tries something cheeky. But VP.Prodigy is ready for it.
Plus me to cut off rotations. And maybe he could have had some more success if he would have waited. But he knows. I mean, the advantage is huge. They could make some mistakes and, well, they could still claim the victory. Blitz blinded to oblivion. And that will be the end of the round. VP.Prodigy claim 8 rounds on the T side of Ancient. And not much of a response from Dynamo Eclot. Apart from securing those 3 early rounds, This has been the VP.Prodigy show.
Yeah, something you expect mainly on that T side coming. I'm excited to see what Dynamo Eclot have to show on the T side, but I'm, as you said, also a little bit confused, or not confused, concerned rather, by the first 3 rounds that were won, and the rest only being 1 out of the remaining 9 rounds that we saw in this half. Sounds a little bit concerning to me, but we do know that Dynamo Eclot is made of some good stuff, and that they've been able to practice on this map for a long time, that they have won their previous pistol. So on the T-side pistol, let's see how they're going to attack the site. We have seen some incredibly good pistol teams, considering Lemon Dogs.
Okay, let's see. Dynamo. Early smoke being deployed towards Sniper's Nest. You'll love to see it. And on the back of it, some teams will think that this has to be an A play. However, Eclot have something else in mind. But instead of fully committing towards one of the bomb site, I think they're still waiting for Nubik to come in with a fake. And in fact, Nubik's fake can change it all. I mean, he's going to consider entering the A bomb site, and he will soon realize that, wait a minute, there's not a single player here, but look at this, Dvushka in the backline. Oh, look at this. This is calling off rotations. Nubik, all he's doing is just walking. He's not doing much. He's just thinking that, okay, there's not a single player here. I'm going to call in my buddies. Okay, Dvushka finally sees the player. And now Dynamo got to consider, what will we do at this point? Perhaps a push. There we go, Shady. Picking up the 1 frag. Looking for more opportunities. Eclot. Now they will fierce the RAF here from Prodigy, and you gotta see 40 seconds remaining. Looks like they will abandon ship, depart, and look for hope elsewhere. The A-bomb site might be it, as the players now running through Donut. Dvushka with the dualies. All he's gotta do is just wait. The rotation is in. The players will line up for him, and this should be easy pickings from here on out. Forsey will try to give us his best shot. Will be going down, and Kraz with the Glock outnumbered and outgunned. 9 rounds for VP.Prodigy. Solid stuff right now. VP.Prodigy with a very successful win here on that CT side. And you gotta admit though, Dynamo Eclot, I like the positioning initially. And the idea for Nubik to try and make the fake, I guess you could say, or at least spawn out any sort of intel, was of great importance. But at the end of the day, I mean, VP.Prodigy still managing to hit their shots, which is something Dynamo did not succeed in doing, but that was in the previous round. Now we have a new dawn, and it's a good start. An M4A1S in the hands of Nubik. Cusby with the MP9. I mean, at this point, running over towards the B side seems to be the obvious choice. Not a single defender. A bomb plant will commence. Dvushka picks up the frag with the MP9. Extends Zera as well. Something through the smoke. Spots out a player. Now it's all up to Blitz and Dieter. This will be a difficult retake. Oh, let's see though. That's a nice attempt, but Dieter will be going down eventually. Okay. That will be the 10th round for VP.Prodigy, securing a crucial victory for them. But now with Dynamo picking up that bomb plant, yeah, you can see economy is doing pretty okay. Looks like they will go for the reinvestment. Oh. But the dangerous thing right now is that they must make it work. We're going to see some Galils and some AK-47s being... Oh, it's actually just the one AK-47, okay. So, with that being said, utility not being great for Dynamo, they could still have a good opportunity at fighting for some mid-control, or maybe even towards Cheetah.
Great stuff. VP.Prodigy, first 2 rounds in this half, and as you said, they could try to go for some fights over towards either area, but Dynamo Eclot that have the control in this round, and that is great to see. This is what we expect from the Czechian org, but we do expect a little bit more in terms of the round count at the moment. Only 4 is a little dire. Losing this, so you're probably going to get ecoed on the follow-up. We might as well see that 3rd map instantly roll by. So that's going to be what this round is the most important for.
Blitz. waiting for his opportunity, goes in for a bit of a spray, making sure no one tries to fight against him. And now 50 seconds left on the clock. Oh, and look at the maneuver here. Eclot completely abandoning hope towards B, entering now to a new era. Over at A, something will hold the line, but Dvushka with the UMP of all weapons will stop the push for now, but there are EM4s to close things out. VP.Prodigy, a very successful hold on the A bomb site, and even though Dynamo Eclot felt like they wanted to go for the B push, it did apparently was just a mere fake, a facade, to try and go for the real play towards A, but as we saw, the real play simply didn't manage to bring them any type of victory.
Good rotations for VP.Prodigy, so a really tough pill to swallow there by losing this round. VP.Prodigy is moving their wings and flying towards that victory now against Dynamo Eclot, which is on their final straw. The brink of losing it all. Daitor will try to move his way through in towards the A side, duck in under the shoulder. Because making himself the opener, Daitor is going to try to go fishing towards the A side with success. As he's been allowed to find the Vushka there on the angle. Might not mean they're instantly going to be able to regroup and make their way through towards the A side. As they're still going to have to cross towards the top of the B ramp, where Nubik has now joined the forces of Kreas on the bottom, with Daitor taking all the space he can towards A. The task for Dynamo Eclot is now to start rotating over towards that A site, but you got both mid and cave that are still unknown. Now the only one that's really there to be Dennis Serra to fight against. He's been taken away, but now with rotations, there's already Shady on the side, so Dynamo Eclot is boxed in again on their T side.
Yeah, this is problematic. Nibuk and Krias, two players still alive. Luckily for them, they can stick together, and the positioning from VP.Prodigy is not a forward one, except for maybe the A bomb site. The players towards B are playing it very safe. All they're waiting right now is information. And because Shady hasn't seen a single player towards long, he's expecting it might be Donut, but now we know. Smoke being deployed, Molotov as well. This will be a commitment towards B, but look at that. Something lines the smoke. And of course now there is simply no time to get that bomb planted, and Nibuk goes down after the round timer. Oh, that's dissatisfying for Dynamo. A very difficult start here on that second half, and well, let's be real. Something tells me this might just be the end here of the second map as well.
Yeah, Eclot losing that focus, losing that control, and with losing the life from Nubik after the time, it becomes a flout of Dynamo Eclot. An absolute shady performance here from Shady. 15 on the board already. And everybody for VP.Prodigy, that's on Bay, right? You have a great little stairway of 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. A very brilliant one. That just explains how good these guys are playing together and how their individuals are all lining up to Bay. Good shot from Denizera. Damage done from Kuzmi. Still allowed to be taken away by Force Use. Trying to rack up his score a little bit more. Not possible to do so. And Daitor against the world, which will fall. It's VP.Prodigy winning the second map 13-4. And that is not necessarily questionable, but I expected a much different result. I expected a much stronger Dynamo Eclot after that first map. And now my thought comes into my head, right? What if VP.Prodigy would have won that previous map? What if they would have controlled that 13-11 instead of making it go to overtime? We would have seen a whole different story. We would have seen a GG already. Now, there's still an Anubis that's yet to come.
Yeah, and now with that third map coming up right in front of us, I think both teams gotta chillax, relax, and give us their best. And to do so, folks, we're gonna be taking also a very quick break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you Anubis, so stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to our final best of 3 as well as the final map of the best of 3. We saw a fantastic showing there from Dynamo Eclot on the first map of the best of 3, but on Ancient, wow, you gotta say VP.Prodigy are very much back at it again and ready to show what they're made of for our third and final map of Anubis. My name's Sir Danny, I'm joined here by Dutch Boy, and well, Dutch Boy, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, what do you think about this third map? Because, yeah, we saw a pretty close affair on the first one. Then we saw the second one also being so one-sided that I don't know what to think of Anubis anymore.
Yeah, what do we see? A CIS team, which is a Academy roster, which is good on Ancient and Anubis. And now we see a team that is already good on Ancient, which is also an Academy team of a CIS team. I think history might repeat itself. VP.Prodigy looked stunning on that map of Ancient, and now you're going to be seeing Anubis roll by, which is probably one of my go-to maps now to watch out for teams also on that CIS region. Of course, you see, for example, Team Space prior to this picked that map a lot. You saw 9 Pandas play on it well. Now you see VP.Prodigy, Virtus.Pro even doing it as well. So it's great to see how Anubis has kind of found its way into the meta, and I would say that VP.Prodigy is probably going to have the highest chance at taking it. I feel like Anubis is a map that, for the most part, Dynamo Eclot has some good experience on. More than, for example, a map of Ancient. So they're going to have some more resilience. But yeah, after such a hit to the mental, man, 13-4 is a very, very big score.
And not expecting it.
And don't forget, the first 3 rounds were won by Dynamo Eclot. Since then, they only fought 1 round in the whole map.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right about it. Dynamo still had a good showing on Ancient at the very beginning, 3-0. And who could have thought that after that early start, all they're going to do is just pick up 1 more round, right? I mean, you just don't expect that. And Dynamo, I think they just got schooled on Ancient. I think that they're probably not going to take the loss too seriously because they still have that third map of Anubis. And on a map like Anubis, well, I do believe Dynamo Eclot should be showing us some proper CS, and I do believe I might have casted them in the past, and I have seen some nice CD setups from them. The one thing that I tend to not see from some of the fresher teams, I mean, perhaps even a good example could be Aurora when we saw them cast. They on their CT side did not show like the sort of aggression where you see like in the highest level of Counter-Strike, right, where you get to see Molotovs being deployed, smoke grenades in order to fight for some of that water control. Whereas I think if you want to have a successful CT side, you absolutely not only have to be very communicative in the mid game and also making some important decisions in the mid rounds, but also just knowing some of those basic setups that could actually grant you a kill or 2 on the CT side.
Let's hope it's going to be happening for the side from Dynamo Eclot. It's VP.Prodigy that won themselves the knife round, so they had to choose where to start on for now. It seems like they are still on that CT side, but that is still a possibility of changing. It will not. VP.Prodigy on the CT side here on Anubis, trying to accomplish the third map of play to their name. We'll see how it will be, as they have a double dually setup against Dynamo Eclot. Yeah, I mean, I've also known Dynamo Eclot as a pretty good Anubis team. I saw them play in one of the Tip Sports events where I was actually there at Bratislava, seeing them win the whole event. At the same time, Daitor, I remember when Anubis was still little in the pool, he played a lot of matchmaking on it. We'll see how it is though. We are going to see the plays coming through, rolling by. Dushka is allowed to find himself a beautiful double. The hold is here for VP.Prodigy as they hold on towards the A side, and that's going to be a win right there on the CT side, unless Cusby is not going to be able to find this kill against Kreas. He sure will. That's the first round, and like I said, I once played against Daitor in a matchmaking game on the map when it still was very close to being released and everything, when it first got introduced, and it was only playable on matchmaking on the first day. I mean, it's not the reason why they got so good on it, but he was already there, trying to practice with some friends, trying to get to know the map, and now we're here in a very important map to see who's going to go into the upper bracket final.
Yeah, in this case, Dynamo absolutely seem like the stronger squad, but VP.Prodigy might just throw a wrench in the works. Look at this as well. A fast play towards the B-bomb site, keeping things simple. Something will be going down. Eclot continuing with the push. Shady feeling the brute force of the Tech 9 in your face. Dynamo, prime position to get that bomb planted. Devushka in the back lines. Man, the MP9 could be crucial, but no. He goes down eventually, and so it's another round win for Dynamo. Oh man, that was a bit shame. Dynamo Eclot, that was a fantastic showing on the B bomb site.
Yep, great stuff from them. And with that, the force buy for Dynamo Eclot getting broken. They are able to get themselves a bomb plant, so there will be some added cash. Oh wait, VP.Prodigy. There was a spanner in the works in the form of Dynamo Eclot, which came out victorious. Now they're the ones on the Armored Eagle. A little build-up into a shambled approach for the team of VP.Prodigy, which looks so promising in the start. Dynamo Eclot, that is trying to go for even further. The nade on the back of the site. They wanted to follow it up for a second. Now it takes too long. And 4C takes a little bit too long to chug in that second nade. They're throwing nades on the back of the site, but not at the timing that there's actually players waiting for you. Trying to hold on for the push on B main, which they have established. Dynamo Eclot getting away with murder, but the util they dispatched in the early rounds could have been thrown more in sync, wouldn't it?
Not a bad showing for Dynamo. As well, I mean, just anticipating some of that aggression from VP.Prodigy, and Dynamo played this one to a perfect standard. And right now, on the back of it, a reward. A full-on eco from VP.Prodigy, so an easy pickup for Dynamo. All you gotta do right now is not mess up. Play together. Keep the distance between yourself and those pesky CT players. And you should get yourself the round.
Yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's see if they're gonna be able to find it. 4Z with some good doubles. Okay. And did, in fact, get the round. Dynamo Eclot cleaning it up. 4Z getting kills with the Mach 10. We'll get him to an AWP now. And so, no bonus buy being played whatsoever. They're going to full sell it, as they found 3 in a row. Let's see what the response will be for VP.Prodigy, considering they have a very, very little buy in terms of kits, in terms of utility on some of the players. And that FAMAS from the Vushka playing against the AKs and the M4s. They've all been scrambled up. And the economy, that's starting to wrap up for the side from Dynamo Eclot as well.
Now, it's not an easy task in front of them. Fighting for B connector control is crucial on Anubis, but you can also see towards middle, another important area of the map. Something though, is he really gonna break that smoke? Or in fact, he's gonna go for the straight up nade on Krias. That's a nice nade. Nice lineup as well. And Nibuk, oh, so close. Yet will have to just contest with some damage being dealt.
Oh boy. That could have been crucial. Could have been a double man advantage. Now it's still only 1. And because me, that is free to move without concern about him losing the B side as of a whole. It will break open. It will create some scars on their B defense. With just something being there now all alone. Trying to move his way up. He's also going to be Daitor from long. And they're going to set up for the 3-man towards this B side. It looks like VP.Prodigy will try an attempt. Bye-bye something. And Daitor and Kreas that are cleaning up the B side. What an execute again. You might think that it's small to see those frags being found. But the coordination that Dynamo has to take that side and to have the protocols of which angles to clear leaves them with no unknown surprises. And VP.Prodigy, that's probably surprised to be down 4 and maybe even 5-1. After such a stellar map.
I think, yeah, they're a bit surprised. But Dynamo are showing up here. Because look at this. Something in a prime position. He should have got that fragged all day. And well, if you're failing shots like that, that's going to hit your mental. You're going to be frustrated, and that frustration could last for a few rounds at least. And well, for Blitz & Co., okay, the USP is doing some fine work. Picking up those 2 frags is pretty neat. Maybe they can get a few rifles also.
Yep, they'll most certainly try. Little chance for VP.Prodigy, although the weapons are being juggled away. Kreas making sure it's irrecoverable. Well, they're going to set up for something towards that B side. No utility left on VP.Prodigy. They're just going to have to play this crossfire, but that is workable. 2 weapons on close range, being the 5.7s. They can one tap, one kill on both of the players, on all of the players running in, but Forshi has different plans, and Kreas makes it too. You had a good setup, but it's been broken. And there goes your B side.
Come on there, Shady. Give us some moves. Let's see what you got. Deagle in hand. Could make some damage. Oh, but he already is not aware. Kreas from behind. The easiest kill of his life. And for Dynamo Eclot to secure that 5th round, this is a nice showing. I mean, this is basically a complete different Dynamo. Especially if you compare it to what we saw in the previous map of Ancient, they seemed lost and confused. Here, they're confident and proud.
Yeah, they're ready. They have so much cash now going for them. It's hard for VP.Prodigy to break that. They might not have what it takes to break it in the end. Let's see if it will. 4Z gonna try to look for the off kill. And that's entering it down into Connector. We've seen Oppers do it before. Some with, some without success. But he does manage to find it. Nothing more though for Dynamo Eclot to find. As the rest is history for Den and Zera. Kreas tries to find himself a lovely opener. Looking for the frag towards the back of the site. While Shady is watching CT, not anymore, expecting nothing to be there on the B side. Well, there is a Kreas in a very good spot. Well, the creeping up towards water is also an unknown prospect. You got the angle held by Shady. You need to clear the back of the site. You need to clear Kuzmi. That will be happening. But still, the cross on Shady needs to be found. Kreas won't even attempt. As now a smoke on CT will give them the chance to do so. This could still become very dicey.
Oh, Exdenizera, prime position. Now it's all up to Lonesome Kreas. He knows the positioning of one. Oh no, whiffing the shots. That's crucial. He needs to be precise. The AK-47, he's got to line up those shots. And well, there's a player in the back lines. Kreas picks up the one. Looks for players, but he's running out of bullets. And he's running out of time. That's a victory here for VP.Prodigy, a successful one at that. Fine showing from the players, as well as a good hold on the B side. Exdenizera, right positioning there, and Kreas being dealt with swiftly. Both players peeking at the same time, making sure that Kreas does not have an opportunity, and that's exactly how you want to see those post plans being played out.
Yeah, pretty good setup there for VP.Prodigy. The re-aggression from Exdenizera coming through. Well, he was on that back of the side, trying to clear onto the further angle with success. Kuzmi, of course, is sitting duck, but all in all, I think you're looking at a very promising setup VP.Prodigy there had, which was much needed to break some of the economy for Dynamo Eclot. It's still not even close to being broken, but the first step into that direction has been settled. Let's see if there is any chance to stop it for even more, because they will have to win another round with an MP9 on Kuzmi this time around. Up from Shady. I mean, we've seen him get a lot of intel, a lot of aggression with it. Just not on this map yet. It's only been a few rounds with him playing it. So hopefully he can show that up and make it a close affair between VP.Prodigy and Dynamo Eclot.
Shady as well with the sniper rifle.
Yes.
I mean, there are a lot of avenues of attack on Anubis. Middle as well could be one of those areas, but that's the thing, you know. Playing something like mid with the sniper rifle might be good initially, but you will have to abandon your position at some point because you could get very easily overwhelmed by the T offensive. And peeking out B connector is also a possibility, though a lot of times there will be a T side opper just holding an off angle, in which they might be able to spot you out first, that you may see them, so you gotta be very careful as an opper. And as we can see from Eclot, slowly but surely they're using their utility, fighting for some map control towards B connector as well as A. Meanwhile, middle has been abandoned by both teams, and looks like they're just looking for picks.
Yeah, just trying to see where they can find themselves success, and that seems that they want to try the A side. With 2 flashing away, getting VP.Prodigy to stack it with 3. With a flank from Con, B side could be, all of a sudden, a good play of choice. Good side of choice to go for.
Ooh.
Something says goodbye, and so does Kuzmi. What a shootout from Dynamo Eclot. Taking B very easily. And not even a single player finding a kill from VP.Prodigy will leave them all disjointed and saving for their round 7, or round 9 rather, yet to come. This is good. This is the setups we expect. You peer pressure towards the A side. You leave VP.Prodigy to rotate around, and you are going to be able to take that B side freely.
What a powerful pounce as well. You know, picking up the 1 frag is great at all, but the fact that there were already players lined up and ready for the B play meant that Dynamo could have been so fast on the hit. And yeah, you can sometimes see how quickly it is possible to overwhelm the B bomb side. If your players are out there in the open, sure, you might be focusing towards B connector, but if someone is not doing their job and looking towards the entrance towards B, that can cause a lot of problems, and problems are definitely on the horizon for VP.Prodigy. So far, only the 2 rounds, and 2 rounds ain't good enough.
No, it's not going to make the cut. We'll see, though, what Dynamo Eclot have to offer going forward, or what VP.Prodigy rather have to get back in and make a little bit of a showing for themselves, because things are looking a little dire at the moment. We'll see, though, with the util all being thrown in. Davushka forced away. With the MP9 trying to line up Daitor, it's a kill from Blitz to trade it out. Getting a little closer, but Blitz is going to keep on entering. And the upper is here, although Blitz has had a very much barrage in this round so far. Steps, damage, and Blitz that is forced out in the open, so is Shady. Another nade that will do some damage. Another bit of play from Kuzmi, taken away by Blitz, looking for more up close. To find as the Romanian still not good enough to get himself too much space. He's already found 3, but his team has not been there to help him just yet. He's trying to flank his way around, spotting out something. Forsey with the fake. Now stacking it for real. And that leaves something to try and swing out, but Forsey's trying to chase. Forsey with a good timing, but again misses the shot in a crucial moment. This is somewhat of the Forsey special, and I don't think I like it.
It's a shame to see that Forsey didn't manage to hit that shot. I like the play, though. An aggressive one at that could have easily granted him the kill, but it all came down to hitting your shots. And, well, if we wind it back just a little bit at the start of the round, the one thing I'm really enjoying is the fact that Dynamo is controlling the pace of this game. And you can see, so far, when it comes down to their fast plays, VP.Prodigy doesn't really have an answer. I will admit, because of the bombardment of grenades, as well as the deployment of smoke grenades, as well as the Molotovs, that did slow down the progress of Dynamo Eclot tremendously. But all in all, they're the ones in control of this half, and VP.Prodigy are basically just responding at the moves Dynamo is making. However, there we go, Kuzmi decides to take matters into his own hands.
Side mainly is responding, right? Usually on the T side you will see a whole lot more coming from a VP.Prodigy team, so I feel like that is the main side they're focusing on, but they could still end this right then. You could still end this on a 6-6, and that would be amazing. I think even a 7-5 is just good for VP.Prodigy at this point in time. We'll see how it's going to end though, as a man advantage has been found by them. Dynamo Eclot choosing mid to be their target. And with few of them lining up in front of each other, Shady is going to have an op ready to potentially frag him down. Smoke Joe thrown towards Temple. He's not going to try to shoot, won't dare to do so just yet. And VP.Prodigy's positions on A are now key to win out this round. Davushka with X-Begazera, Denizera right on the side itself, on the heaven. Getting himself a kill with a UMP. They're going B instead. With 20 seconds left, they gotta hurry.
Oh man, this is a dangerous task. At the helm, Dynamo putting a lot of emphasis on the B take, but look at Shady.
Oh!
No way! Get up the server, Shady! That's Slim Shady business! Oh man, Dynamo still gotta go for this one. 2v4. Something Emperor with us in hand, but no way, man. There's no way you're pulling this off. Forsey And a 1v4, something. Alrighty then, Forsey goes in for one, but that will be the end of that. And that's a fine victory for VP. But let's just watch the replay, shall we? Let's just see what happened.
Yeah, what happened exactly? Yeah, something like this. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, Shady. I mean, we talk about him doing shady stuff. That's probably one of them. Again, showing off so well here on the server is in fact Shady. And that was a very important round for VP.Prodigy to take. Dynamo Eclot's economy is almost into the bin. If you win one more round, maybe they're going to have a little bit of trouble to buy up in the following round. Even though, I would say, playing up against so many full buys is diligence that they show. Shady again, stepping up with the AWP. An opening on Nubik trying to entry into A. You're giving them an advantage away so easily if you're Dynamo Eclot. You gotta stop doing so.
Oh, was Blitz aware of it? There's the potential for a flashbang here for Extenzera. He's got some backup in the form of Dieter, but oh, the smoke war. Who's gonna win it? It will be Blitz. He comes out on top and he can continue with the push. Entering the A-bomb site, perhaps, but that smoke grenade will cause some trouble. And Bushka picks up the one, but Forsey responds. And now Lonesome Shady remains with the AWP in hand. Time to show what he's made of. And he will be going down. So Dynamo have a good chance to get that bomb planted, but look at this, the retake is on. Something picks up. Oh no, goes down eventually. So all up to Lonesome Customy, the 1v2, and oh, there we go, Forsey. This time, he's hitting his shots, and Dynamo will secure the 7th.
And this is still just the CT side of things. He still has a whole, or T side rather, this is still a whole CT half for Forsey can use the AWP to his advantage. The round initially was lost, but then the missed shot from Shady under so much pressure there alone on this side, giving a chance to VP.Prodigy. But they weren't taking it, they weren't biting. Dynamo Eclot to stabilize, and maybe an 8-4 on the brink of happening here, which is still probably a good haul for both of the teams, actually. Remember, this is the 3rd map of play, so you cannot concede losing this. I feel for Dynamo, their CT side is most likely going to be a trouble point. Well, for the VP.Prodigy side, taking this final one is just a little cherry on top of a decent half. And cherry very tasty, but will they find it? It looks like they won't. Nubik allowed to find himself the first. Kriya says goodbye to Shady. 2 of the MP9s falling short. And the double man advantage found for Dynamo in this round.
It's been working out really well for them. Picking up those 2 early frags, they can control the pace of this round. And instead of just hitting the A-bomb site where they found the initial 2 frags, they're still contemplating of their final decision. Extenzera has been so good at this position. But right now, there's a lot more players coming his way. Will lose the fight against the first player, and now an onslaught of them entering the A-bomb site. Luckily for them, it's clear of any CTs. They can easily get that bomb planted, and perhaps the victory as well. Because let's be real, Something and Kusmi are looking pretty sad right now. 2v5 retake. Oh boy.
Yeah. It is rough. Forsey has himself the AWP. He's going to line it up. Kusmi fall in. And a second to end it off. That is a great haul for Dynamo Eclot. If you get a 4C fragging like that, I am starting to become a little worried for VP.Prodigy. Eclot ends the half on a good note. Although, we're going to have to see how the pistol and the follow-up will go before we're going to speak too soon. Eclot has been good on pistols though. So I'm not too concerned just yet, but it's just going to be very, very important for either team to pick up. I think both of them are pretty happy. Well, we're seeing the bet of the first map winner for GG Bet. If those odds are the same, I would definitely suggest you to bet on the team that has actually won that first map, which was in fact the Dynamo Eclot. But it probably means the 3rd map, which is currently Dynamo Eclot 8-4 up. I wouldn't even be too surprised if VP.Prodigy is allowed to come back, but people are very, very concerned for them at the moment.
Yeah, the T side of Nubis, a lot is possible, especially a comeback. Dynamo Putting 4 players here on the B bomb side, ready for the push. Diner with the first, more incoming thanks to Blitz. And look at that. The push has been stopped in its tracks, and Forzy as well showing up. There's no way in the world Kusumi surviving this one. He is going down and out. 9 rounds for Dynamo and a very quick pistol round win.
Yeah, and the question what VP.Prodigy will respond with. Are they going to go for a little eco? Or will they go for a false buy and play for a potential of 11 if they lose it? It's all going to be up for grabs. They didn't get themselves a bomb plant, so they should be going for an eco. They are not. Full forcing. And that could be paying off, but it might also be your own grave you're digging. Let's see which one of the two it will be, as they're also going to go for aggression towards water. Never mind, Forgy pulling the plug out of that play. Well, now with that smoke, Nubik needs to be aware that there could be a B or an A play rather. Any second, any moment, he spots out the shadow, running away, juggling with his util, and is going to go down on the ground. What a start for VP.Prodigy. It's mainly due to Nubik thinking about things a little bit too much, overthinking that situation. Now rotations that won't come in time. They're fighting. Their backs against the wall here with Blitz. Striking for 2. Good stuff for the Romanian, as he's trying to go for a little more. With him on 16 kills, Dynamo looks good. But they still need to complete this post plant. They still need to complete this retake.
Look at Diner in prime position. Uh-oh, nade in hand, needs to get the frag. There we go, pumps in with the MP9 and the last one as well. There we go. A nice little victory here for Dynamo. I got a little bit scared.
Ooh, do they have
I was
time?
thinking, no way they're gonna... Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
My bad. I thought for a moment the bomb was like over a quarter and still left. A little more, a little less. I didn't know, but continue with your story.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at this retake scenario, I was kind of hoping that Dynamo Eclot will play it safe, but I was a little bit scared that they might re-aggress just a little bit too early, not get the right timings of the players pushing out for main, but luckily it all works out in the end, as we saw a successful victory for Dynamo. And on the back of that loss, instead of an eco, we are seeing a reinvestment from VP. And yeah, the early smoke being deployed towards B connector also makes a lot of sense. Ooh, that's a bit awkward. I felt that Blitz got kind of stumped there by his buddy.
Yeah, a little blocking action. Unfortunately, not gonna make the cut. Nubik will try to do so himself, but Devushka is there, pulls out a molly. Might be chipped away by Kreas. A little bit of chaos in this round, with also the mid presence coming through from VP.Prodigy. Rotation heard and seen by Daitor. Gonna drop to the Mac 10 of Denizera. And now it's all down to a 2 versus 4 with VP.Prodigy. Not too sure where Daitor and his man were heading previously. You're gonna have 1 on A, 1 on B, with 4G needing to step up towards the B main. Not doing so, you know where he is. He's gonna try to fight his way back out. The flash is good, the kill was even better, and I mean, this round, although it didn't look any good for the team of Dynamo Eclot, kind of seems possible now due to 4G getting their kill and now spotting out their cross into B main. He knows a few of them are there, and he might as well just line them both up. Not to be, but Kreas is still gone unknown. He's gonna try to swing, catches one, looking for a second, almost out of bullets. He might have just done it if he had a little more. No chance for the Swede as Shady shuts him down. What a round that we just saw, but ultimately VP.Prodigy that wins it.
Yeah, what an incredible showing as well. You saw how well they managed to sweep up the players here, Kreas. But yeah, at the end of the day, losing the 1v1 against Shady makes sense. I mean, Shady comes in with a better position at the end of the day, but Dynamo, yeah, 10 rounds now. On the CT side, still looking pretty solid, but they're thinking, okay, guys, it's time for us to take a timeout. Interestingly enough, I was so sure they're going to go for, a simple eco on the back of that loss, but instead, they're trying to go for the investment and also taking a tactical timeout. So something tells me there's a plan. They got something in mind that they want to accomplish.
Okay, let's see what it is. I'm all in for it. I mean, I'm not necessarily in for the force buy, to be honest. You have a very big safety net, right? But I'm all in for bringing in a new plan. I'm all in for bringing in new IDs, hopefully. It's going to help me with my team as well. Maybe a strategy to play with the ecos. They have limited util. That seems like it's exactly how my team plays. So I hope that they're going to have some good positions going for them. 3 players look to go towards the A side. They're going to go 3B. And they're going to go for a little setup. It looks like it will be some sort of a boost that they're going to try. Yeah, a double boost blitz. I mean, this is what they talked about. And you can have a player rotate over because that boost will not be checked from connector. So usually you're making some step. Usually you're throwing some util if you're going to go close to connector. So they're trying to force the point of a player having to make some noise in order to make that play. Now you smoke it off and you're probably going to go back on the boost, I would argue. No? Okay, the boost was short-lived. Are they going to redo it? I'm not too sure. They're sticking to the B side, but they have to be careful. Probably communicating about what they're going to do, which will be a double comp peek at this point. VP.Prodigy is lining up there with a double. So maybe this is workable. Molly into con with aggression back to A. Seems like VP.Prodigy might want to try an attempt A here.
Dynamo waiting for his opportunity to pounce. But the players over at A not waiting for anything. Oh no, the timing! That's so awful. Oh no, from B connector as well. What is going on? Dynamo Eclot could not have had a better chance to win a round like this. Exdenizera moves in, but he touches the earth. Shady now will have to make this one work with the AK-47 in hand. Will try to recover the bomb and make sure that he could still win, but look at the positions. They're so good for Dynamo. It's lonesome something. He will be going down. And Dynamo, what an impressive round. Or shall I say, what an impressive series of unfortunate events. Look at this. Nibet comes in, then Kusmi gets boom. One shot in the noggin, and Dynamo just absolutely destroy VP.
Yeah, this is a good round. Also, for the fans out there, a lot of them in the chat. I still remember going to the Tipsport Bratislava event, where Dynamo Eclot had some fans as well, all going, Dynamo, Dynamo. It was so incredibly funny to see some fans as well there, right? So it's great to see the fan base here cheering them up. And what a game would this be to win. VP.Prodigy probably on your radar as well, right? You said it in the beginning, Danny. Probably one of the top teams you thought were going to be making it all the way to win the whole event. And the playoffs curse really continuing for those teams that do good in the group stage, and they're still fainting, it looks like, against the actual tier, the main teams of the organizations, being the Dynamo Eclot, and unfortunately for the other team, of course, the Aurora Youngblood still doing it against the Rhino Esports. But yeah, what a showing is right now. Minute left on the clock to make a play. Nubek up close with the MP9. Gonna strike on Davushka. Entry found and a chance to reposition. Double molly used. Goodbye, VP.Prodigy. They're giving away a long with a good ID. But something, now that he's found the kill of a player rotating, you could go B. I think if they go B instantly now, they're only going to face like one person.
Oh man, look at this. 30 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to abandon your post towards the A bomb site and look for greater pastures over at B. And this might just be the right choice. Blitz holding on, watching connector. He will be able to secure, I think, at least the one frag, but he still does not have a lot of information. Perhaps, okay, now he hears the footsteps. Now he knows what's going on, so he needs to hold up. And he needs to wait for his teammates, or in fact, he will make the first move. As he goes in for more, a third for him, and make it 4 for Blitz. Shining through. 4 kills to secure the round for Dynamo, and absolutely destroying the VP push.
That is well played, and once more, what a turnaround, what a crazy turn of events. VP.Prodigy, that could have gone B, like I said, you only have one person to fight against, but if you just simply don't take him down, he's gonna pepper. And that's exactly what Blitz did. He found himself 4 kills in that round, and there was nothing VP.Prodigy could do other than wait, sit back, and relax. for that game to fade. Now they're going to go fast A. This is the only chance they have. Nubik is there. He's been stepping up. He's not going to juggle Util this time around. He's going to go fully there with the Galil. Try and get help from his team. The hold could be there. The hold will be there from Dynamo. Eclot, keep them going. Although, there's still a double trade back from Dennis Serra. And the bomb that will go down. So maybe a small chance for VP.Prodigy.
They can make this work, VP. They seem to be aware of where the last two players will come from, especially now. Smoke has been dissipated, but look at this lonesome Dynamo remaining. How could he pull this off? 1v2. He will give us his best shot, but the positionings are pretty solid for VP. So Dieter, flashbang deployed, Molly as well, will eventually win the fight on one, but has no idea about something. And this makes matters so much more difficult for Dieter. He's trying to clear out every single angle. Now he should be aware, trying to stick to defuse, but yeah, something has played this one to a T. So well played there by VP.Prodigy at the end, though initially, I mean, this did not look like a good push. Sure, it's nice to see some flashbangs coming in, as well as that smoke grenade for heaven. But realistically, if there hadn't been a few good trade frags from VP.Prodigy, that could have been Dynamo Eclot securing the victory in the best of 3 right there.
Yeah, a chance still to do so, of course. They have a lot of chances to stabilize. Well, the VP.Prodigy side is going to have the 4 AKs and a Mac-10. Try and work their way in. Little util that will be deployed onto middle. Aggression found for Kreas. Well, they're also going to go towards B, and I really like this because you're going to pull them away, and then you're going to start swinging from the other side. It doesn't work out too well, as the 1-up position is still there for VP.Prodigy. They're going to try to chase, hear them both running. Benazera is down low, won't be cleared. So they're trying to run into middle to try and chase, while all of the VP.Prodigy players still have not gone towards A.
And that's surprising to say the least, but yeah, for VP, you mean just stick together. Maybe you could still catch one of these players off guard. Kusmi, he seems to be aware that there could be players in CD spawn. But yeah, the lack of information definitely playing in favor for VP.Prodigy. Because all they got to do now is just punch in those digits. Blitz, though, from CD spawn could get a nice angle here. Flash being deployed, but no one's going for the peak. So he could actually just try and save that gun of his, but considering that they will have enough money to reinvest, it kind of looks like Dynamo want to get at least a few exit frags out of this. Or maybe, actually. 20 seconds remaining. Going for the straight-up retake? Well, it's a bit too late here, guys. Not sure what you're doing, but it's a victory here for VP.Prodigy, as to be expected. Dynamo Eclot go down, but it doesn't mean that they are out.
They don't go down without a fight. 2 in a row already. Needing 5 to continue. Needing 5 to make us go for longer than the regulation. We'll see though how it's going to end, because Dynamo will get themselves a full buy out. And a chance to come out victorious out of this round right here, right now. That's 2 towards B, 1 mid, 2A setup again. No early aggression from VP.Prodigy. They're just going to hold on to the angles. Waiting down the clock with aggression from Dynamo Eclot coming towards the B side. They are playing for that crossfire, the one they played with pistols prior to it, which came out to be a pretty good setup for them. Hope it does work out this time around for them, because that could mean the end. Well, with connector being taken under fire, they're going to be going for a long swing. Something seen. Kill doesn't come through, but a nade will. And that's going to leave something very awkward. Forced out in the open, not burned alive. Blitz will find himself a trade, but now under fire once more. Reload out, cannot get it in fully before he falls himself. VP.Prodigy, a man up once more in a full buy round that Dynamo Eclot had a very good chance at winning in.
Yeah, I gotta say that was a bit sloppy. It felt like that could have been their round, but look at what's happening in middle. Krias holding his ground. He's got a buddy if needed. We'll make sure to hold on here for as long as possible. Oh, the Molotov doesn't reach him. That's perfect. Nibuk could strike into action. Or perhaps Kreas could be the one. Oh, man, look at this extended zero. Not aware of it. He thinks the Molotov must have cleared out the player, but now look at Kreas. Perfect timing. Lands. Oh, goes in for one, but only the one. And I'm sure forcing the prime position. Let's gonna check him.
Oh, the Molly doesn't connect. Oh man, Forsey in a prime position to strike and smite down the final players. This time the Molotov will reach him, but look at Forsey. He's got something to say about it, and Dvushka running around, aching hand, looking for the players, but where are they? They're right behind the obelisk, and he will be going down. So Dynamo, what an impressive victory. What a way to close things out, and congratulations on securing that best of 3 win.
Yep, they have done it. What a game and what a way to finish it on as well. Dynamo Eclot are going to be going through into that upper bracket final. What a way to finish it off as well. We thought they had lost all their diligence on Ancient. Let's not play Ancient anymore. Let's just focus on Anubis. Let's just focus on Nuke. Those are the maps you want to go for if you're Dynamo Eclot. Those are the maps that are going to be played into your favor. And that upper bracket final. If I would have said 2 names in the beginning of the stream, I said it as well, right? You can still recall it, Danny. I said Dynamo Eclot and Aurora Youngblood were my 2 teams I would think were going to go to the finals initially. And now we're having that one in the upper bracket finals already. That is a pretty good start for my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that your predictions have been, well, correct. I'll give you that. And also from what I can say, I think we got, the best teams are now in that second matchup of the upper bracket final. Dynamo Eclot and Aurora Youngblood is going to be a pretty good matchup. And even here, what we saw, VP.Prodigy versus Dynamo Eclot, that was basically, almost the grand final material, you could say. And already, folks, because we had our matchups just right here, we already know what's going to be happening tomorrow. So tomorrow it will be one of the upper bracket matchups. It will be Unity versus. Oh, in fact, isn't it Youngbloods actually should be playing?
No. It's not the upper bracket. We're gonna go down to the lower bracket. So it's Unity with now the wrong logo against Rhino, which have dropped down, and then Ho2 versus Prodigy. So we'll see both of the lower brackets in play, which means we're gonna say goodbye to 2 more teams. And we will know that lower bracket final already, where then the consolidation final will form, etc., etc. So those matchups, like you just talk about it a little bit. Unity versus the side from Rhino. Unity, which have dropped down into the lower bracket instantly. It was a group stage full of weird moments for Unity coming out. I think they deserve a little bit more than where they are right now, so they have the chance to prove it against a little bit of an unstable Rhino we saw today. For them, a chance to prove why they were initially in that upper bracket. And then Ho2 versus VP.Prodigy. Ho2 thinking, oh wait, we've already had ourselves a clash of the titans between 2 CS teams. Now we're going to be facing off against VP.Prodigy, so we'll have another barrage of CIS Counter-Strike.
Well, guys, and those are going to be matchups for tomorrow. So thank you all for watching, and see you all next time. Have a good one, folks.